our department is Biharilal College. Home and nutrition, yes, food science.
I see. Yeah. Actually, you know that over the years, although I teach toxicology and neurotoxicology, but I have some intricate interest in nutrition. I saw that. Yeah, I also served as a president of American College of Nutrition, and I did several books on nutrition.
Yes, I saw that here in your CV.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank
I
you.
went through it. Okay.
Thank you.
Just a second, sir. Oindrila, are you there?
Hello, everyone. We are live now.
Okay.
Please start the session.
Oindrila, start.
The video is visible.
Yes, it's visible. You start.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, wishing you all a very good morning and a very warm welcome at the prestigious 11th edition of the eNatConf 2021 being held at Mother Teresa Hall. If you take a look at the conference program, you will realize that we all have gained a lot of knowledge regarding public health, public safety, and nutrition. It is essential to bring together experts in the field of nutrition and public health sciences so that we can realize the potential of these disciplines for education as well as for public health and well-being. This conference is certainly a wonderful addition to our calendar of celebration activities. In closing, I would hope that all of you will enjoy the conference. I would hereby request Assistant Professor Mrs. Shimona Mondal to carry forward the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Oindrila. Thanks a lot. A very good morning to all of you present here. Now, this is what a second day, we reached the second day of our eConf 2021. And in this plenary session, we have with us a renowned personality, Dr. Debashish Bagchi sir with us today. Dr. Debashish Bagchi received his PhD in medicinal chemistry. Dr. Bagchi is the Director of Scientific Affairs, Florida, USA. He is also an adjunct professor in College of Pharmacy and Health Science, Texas Southern University, Houston. He also is an adjunct faculty in Department of Biology, Adelphi University, New York. He is an ex-professor in Department of Pharmacological and Pharmaceuticals Science at the University of Houston College of Pharmacy, Texas. Dr. Bagchi is also a Director of Innovation and Clinical Affairs of Ayurved Health Research, Oakville. He is immediate past president of the American College of Nutrition, Clearwater, Florida, distinguished advisor on the Japanese Institute for Health Food Standard, Tokyo, Japan. Dr. Bagchi received his Masters of American College of Nutrition Award in October 2010. He is the past chair of International Society of Nutraceuticals and Functional Foods, past president of American College of Nutrition, Clearwater, Florida, and past chair of the Nutraceuticals and Functional Food Division of Institute of Food Technology, Chicago. Dr. Bagchi has 391 papers in peer-reviewed journals, 44 books, and 20 patents. Dr. Bagchi is also a member of Society of Toxicology, member of New York Academy of Science, fellow of Nutrition Research Academy. He is also associated as an editor in different journals. His today's topic is efficacy of nutraceuticals and functional food against structurally diverse environment, pollutant, and COVID-19 infection. Sir, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Mondal. And Calcutta is city of joy. I am originally from Calcutta, and Calcutta is always in my heart. So,
Sorry, sir.
And you know, nutraceutical and functional food, it all originated from our country, India. As you know, that nutraceutical and functional foods are now getting renowned recognition in USA, in Japan, in Europe, and all over the world. But I believe in India, we lost our, interest in nutraceutical and functional foods. But nutraceutical and functional foods, I am going to discuss that how they can help us over the pandemic, as well as, pollution is dangerous in Okay, now it is working. Now, we talk about environmental pollutants. Now, there are several environmental pollutants. What are those? Gasoline exhaust, environmental pollutants, including the waste, chemical waste, pesticides, fungicide, insecticides, polychlorinated biphenyls, and heavy metals, arsenic, lead, mercury, antimony. And we know about the problems on mercury and arsenic in India, Bangladesh, and in the Southeast Asian region. Industrial chemical waste, endotoxin, and diverse biological factors. Sedentary lifestyle, and sedentary lifestyle does not have a direct interaction, but you can make out when we get exposed to these environmental pollutants, we lose our energy and we adopt a sedentary lifestyle. Now, alcohol, caffeine, tobacco smoke, and secondary smoke is very harmful. Now, other indicate factors include advancing age, physical and emotional stress, and what are the consequences? Lipid injury, protein damage, DNA damage through DNA single strand break and double strand break, biological macromolecules gets affected, and membrane microviscosity changes, leading to an array of diseases and disorders. And during the time, you can see the neurodegenerative disorders occurring from different type of stressors. I edited 2 books, one on metal toxicology handbook and another on nutraceutical and functional foods in human health and disease prevention. And you can see what happening, what are the contribution of nutraceutical and functional food in attenuating the problems caused by the environmental pollutants. Now, we are all facing a single problem, that is the infection, bacterial infection. Now, let us understand the mechanism. And please feel free to ask me any questions. Whenever you have any questions, please ask me. Now, how it happens? These are initiated by local antigen presenting cell, which eliminate the invading pathogens by phagocytosis and establish localized inflammation by secreting cytokines and chemokines. Now, why this is happening? Globalization of the food supply chain. What happened? The food supply chain coming from different countries, making us exposed to the foodborne pathogens and its outbreaks. Antibiotics therapy. We take too much antibiotic, and which kills our enteric pathogens. Rapid onset of the host systemic inflammatory responses, and it leads to acquisition of antimicrobial resistance, and chronic inflammatory disorders shoot up, mediated by enteric pathogens. And in contrast to our evolutionary concern, pattern recognition receptors, the diverse virulence profiles of enteric pathogens threaten to overcome the host defense mechanism. So we need to develop strategies to protect the host against multiple sites of pathogen. And here I put certain mechanism by which infection occurs, and the host defense and bacterial invasion mechanisms. I will share the slides with you all, so just feel free to ask me any questions. Now, bacteria, prokaryotic organism, carry their genetic information in the double-stranded circular molecule of DNA. Now, a small set of bacteria cause infection and disease. Remember, there are good bacteria and bad bacteria. We will come to that. Many of the normal flora are generally inconspicuous but become aggressive following dysbiosis of the gut flora. These are known as opportunistic pathogens. Now, bacterial resistance to antimicrobials or antibiotics is a major concern to the health professionals. Now, resistant genes are mostly acquired through mobile gene cassettes or integrons carried in plasmids. Eventually, they acquire multi-drug resistance and become converted to superbugs. Now, organism must survive in the environment and reach a susceptible host. Many of these bacteria survive in the water, soil, food, and living vectors. Now, transmission occurs through contact, airborne droplets, living vectors, and vehicles. Now, preventive measures have a dramatic impact in reducing morbidity and mortality. That's why it has been said, wear a good gloves, wash your hand, and take protective measures. Now, those measures include water treatment, immunization, personal hygiene measures, and safer sex practices. Now, enough organism must survive in the environment and reach a susceptible host. Now, bacteria, they can either be gram-positive or gram-negative bacteria based on the peptidoglycan content of their cell wall. Here you see the cell wall, and that is very important. Now, how we get the transmission? Contact. Streptococci, skin to skin, gonorrhea, mucous membrane to mucous membrane, salmonella, fecal or oral, syphilis, transfusion, airborne, tuberculosis, Q fever, and legionella. Now, droplet, pertussis, meningococcus, Haemophilus influenza, and vectors. This is responsible for Lyme disease, Shigella, epidemic typhus, bubonic plague, and vehicular Campylobacter, which comes from the food, and trachoma. Especially, you know Campylobacter, it is Helicobacter pylori, a noxious bacteria. And here you see the sources of water contamination, mode of disease transmission. Now, whenever we talk about these types of problem, what happened to exactly in our body? It occurs in our body, the virus get into our body, into our gastrointestinal tract. And gastrointestinal tract, virus supply through saliva ingestion and viral penetration. During that time, microbial flora gets altered and increase the permeability. But if you have a strong immune system, then you will be able to resist it. So that it is important to boost our immune system and maintain our microbial flora. And that's why I will mention later on why we should take more microflora. Now, viral replicates and cause massive cytokine production. And what it does, multi-organ toxicity. You name it, lung, heart, kidney, liver, everything it affects. Now, whenever we talk about this infection, now microRNA, what are those microRNAs? Small non-coding RNA molecules play vital roles in host cells by modulating immune and inflammatory responses during infection. MicroRNAs influence the outcome of bacterial infection by regulating canonical autophagy and genophagy responses in host cells and host pathogen interaction in diverse bacterial infection. Now, classic examples include Mycobacteria, Listeria, and Helicobacter that evade host protective immune responses using microRNA-dependent mechanism to suppress autophagy. Now, crosstalks between microRNA and autophagy pathways studying this interaction may be targeted in search of novel therapeutic against these bacterial infections. I will come to a more vivid slide later on. Now, we talk about the small soluble host defense. Bioactive small proteins play a vital role in mammalian innate immunity response. Prevent infection by inhibiting pathogen growth on skin and mucosal surfaces and subsequent dissemination to normally sterile sites. AMPs are the most ancient forms of defense system. Antimicrobial peptides are the most ancient form of defense system. Basically, body's first line of defense for pathogen activation. So if we can make it strong, that will be our aim. Now, it is found in variety of species ranging from bacteria, insects, as well as humans. Now, host organisms developed arsenals of AMPs that protect against huge variety of invading gram-negative and gram-positive bacterial pathogens. And AMPs act as permeabilization of the bacterial cell membrane. Activity and selectivity are governed by the physicochemical properties of peptide chains and properties of the membrane system itself. So here you can see the example, antimicrobial peptides and the different type of infections going on. If your antimicrobial peptides are strong enough, you will be able to defend all the infection. Now, antimicrobial peptides exhibit activities compared to conventional antibiotics. The physical nature of mode of action implies the faster killing process. Here you can see the pictorial presentation on the right. Now, their mode of action differs from conventional antibiotics and provides an enormous advantage that may be exploited in cocktail therapies. You have seen how cocktail therapies helped our ex-president Trump. Now, advantages of AMPs include wound healing effect and ability to bind to the lipopolysaccharide, thereby prevent endotoxemia. Now, possible inactivation by selected blood proteins at the time of increased bacterial resistance. AMPs remain the most intriguing and promising candidates for novel antibiotics. These will be the future days when we will try to boost our antimicrobial peptides in our body. Now, let us talk about SARS-CoV-2. What are the stages? How this infection occurred? SARS-CoV-2 virus gains access to the body via inhalation by transferring to the virus-carrying fluids through hand-to-eye, mouth, or nose contact. It binds to the goblet cell and ciliated epithelial cell. Where are the ciliated epithelial cells located? Nasal cavity, mucous membrane via interaction with the viral spike protein and S2 receptor, angiotensin converting enzyme 2 receptors. Subsequently, it starts replicating. And S2, as we all know, it is a proteolytic enzyme that cleaves the single amino acid from angiotensin 2 to generate Ang1 to 7, which is a potent vasodilator. AS2 is implicated mainly in lowering the blood pressure. RT-PCR data for the viral RNA is useful to predict the viral load and subsequent infectivity and clinical course. Disruption of angiotensin 2 receptor type 1 has been shown to induce anemia. The initial condition of COVID-19 infection is generally asymptotic for the first 1 to 2 days. Stage 2, upper airway and conducting airway response. Once COVID-19 progresses to the gas exchange unit of the lung, it gains access to the blood. Virus replicates in cells, including the blood, and in turn dismantle hemoglobin, altering the blood's oxygen-carrying ability. This disruption is in another manner that COVID-19 induces an anaerobic or hypoxic pathologies and chronic anemia syndrome. Virus migrates down the respiratory tract to the airways, triggering a more robust innate immune response. Viral infected epithelial cells propagate damage to the epithelium, thereby further exacerbating an anaerobic hypoxic condition, initiating the formation of thrombi and coagulopathies, which is dangerous. Biomarkers of pathogenesis in the lungs and circulatory tissues. So here you can see in stage 3, more deadly, hypoxia, ground glass infiltrates, and progression, acute respiratory distress syndrome. 20% of the patients progress to stage 3 and develop pulmonary infiltrates and severity of the disease. Now, the fatality rate is only 2%, but it varies with age and existing comorbidities. Virus reaches the lung, infects and propagates like a self-replicating pulmonary toxin. COVID-19 causes alveolar damage with fibrin-rich hyaline membranes and a few multinucleated giant cells. Now, epithelial damage and aberrant wound healing lead to severe scarring, fibrosis, and acute respiratory distress syndrome. And recovery will require a vigorous, innate, and acquired immune response and epithelial degeneration. I edited 3 books on immunity and inflammation. I will share with you the information in a minute. It boosts the immune competence. And how you can boost your immune competence? Take the zinc, but at the requisite dose. Remember, high dose is dangerous. A right dose differentiates between a poison and a remedy. Probiotics, vitamin D, C, selected phytopharmaceuticals to restore aerobic metabolic events in promoting a robust immune system. Here you can see SARS-CoV-2 viral load, that a gentleman or a lady getting exposed to COVID-19. It is getting, excuse me, it is going into the lung. It is causing the pre-symptomatic phase. Then viral genome, it reaches the top. And ultimately, initially it was mild. Then it causes a bad situation when hospitalization is required, leading to shortness of breath, acute respiratory distress syndrome, and ICU, and ultimately it's caused the critical illness. You are seeing the days from -5 days to 14 days. So if we cannot treat it properly, it will be fatal. Now, SARS-CoV-2, you can see it has the similar to SARS-CoV-2, 80% and bat coronavirus. Underlying condition, older population, high temperature. What are the biomarkers? IL-6 shoots up and S2 shoots up. CVD and high blood pressure patients, dyspnea or increased CRP as biomarkers. In obesity, the quick sequential organ failure assessment and the degree of sepsis outcome. And what are the biomarkers? Increase in ferritin, diabetes, increase in lactate dehydrogenase, COPD, cardio obstructive pulmonary disorder, neutrophilia or lymphopenia. These are the biomarkers, and malignancy. So D-dimer and DVT, deep vein thrombosis. So these are the underlying condition, but the new mutated virus is even attacking the younger generation, and that may be the future days we are waiting for. Now, here you can see the effect of SARS-CoV-2 in different organs. Sorry. Now, you can see what happening to the system, the liver, brain, the gastrointestinal tract, eyes, then here lungs, cardiovascular system, skin, kidney. It is not leaving any organ unturned. It is affecting all the organs. And here I left this picture. You can see old strain, and these are the symptoms: fever, loss of smell and taste, persistent cough, while the new strain causes aches and pains, conjunctivitis, sore throat, diarrhea, discoloration of finger and toes, headaches, and rashes of the skin. So the fight is not over yet. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay vigilant. This is one of our paper came out 2020 on COVID-19, a mechanistic exploration came out in Journal of Systems and Integrative Neuroscience. And we are coming out with 2 books. One is on microbiome. It will come out end of this year from Elsevier Academic Press. And this book, we are discussing several aspects, how you can boost your immunity by boosting your immune competence. And nutritional and functional food in digestion, metabolism, and immune health. I am editing the above book with Bernard Downs, and this book I am doing with Sunny Ohia, a very good friend, the provost of Texas Southern University. Now, treatment modalities. How can we help to or treat this infection? Prevent the virus from binding to the receptor, inhibit viral replication. And for more information, I will request you to check this paper, Coronavirus Biology and Replication, Implication of SARS-CoV-2 in Nature Reviews. You will love this paper. And in these reviews, they showed viral particle and how it is progressing and entering to the S2, as we discussed, fusion and uncoating. That is how they are entering. Viral protease inhibitors and primary translation of the processing step. Viral RDRP inhibitors, they can help us, viral RNA synthesis, and ultimately it is causing the viral maturation inhibitors. They can also help us. So this virus release, and you have to make sure to inactivate the virus. We published another book, Antioxidant and Functional Foods for Neurodegenerative Diseases. And in this book, I did it with Dr. Avay Kumar of BHU, India. And this book, we mentioned the several aspects, how neuroprotection is important in viral attack or viral replication, how it can affect your brain, and how our good foods can help it. And what we mentioned, that maintain aerobic cellular respiration, homeostatic regulation or adaptation, rehydration, refueling, repair, and protection from structurally diverse infection and cellular injury. Maintain the best possible nutritional and metabolically balanced state to achieve. Increase your immune competence and host defense. And how you can do that? As I said before, healthy aerobic cellular metabolism effectively improves morphological, hematological, and rheological properties of the blood and ultimately boosts immune competence and overall health. Most importantly, it protects your brain or it inhibits neurodegeneration. Now we heard about mucormycosis, a dangerous. It is also known as zygomycosis. Now, type of mucormycosis, it may be cutaneous on the skin. It can be in the sinus or brain. It can be in the lung. It can be in the GI tract and disseminated mucormycosis. And COVID-19, it triggers mucormycosis by modulating cell-mediated immunity with chemotaxis, phagocytosis, increased cytokine secretion in patients with uncontrolled diabetes, especially glycosylated hemoglobin greater than 8, immunocompromised subjects, diabetics using corticosteroid, and they increase the risk of upper respiratory tract infection and mortality. Iron overload in COVID-19 patients, organ transplant patients, immune boosting nutraceutical can modulate these metabolic abnormalities. Now, selected nutraceutical protect against inflammation and viral entry. One of these known nutraceutical, it is our food, daily food, is cinnamon, darchini, which can help against the entry of the virus. This was published. I will show you the reference. Now, let us talk about vitamin D. What we get from sunlight, but we do not get enough sunlight exposure. We love, including me, we love inside home and stay and work in the air condition. So we get vitamin D deficiency. And vitamin D deficiency, it increases inflammatory response, increases immune dysfunction, predisposing to severe infection and vulnerability to infection with enveloped viruses, including retrovirus, herpes virus, hepatitis, dengue, or COVID-19. And global data correlates severe vitamin D deficiency with COVID-19 associated coagulopathy, reduced platelet count, prolonged prothrombin time, and disrupted immune response and increased mortality. This is one of our papers we published on vitamin D, a review paper. I did it with the Manipal University School of Pharmacy jointly, where we showed the immunomodulatory effect of vitamin D. And incidentally, I would like to indicate there was a Italian surgeon when there was a lot of mortality going on in Italy in 2020. What he did, he checked the, he did the autopsy and found out that vitamin D deficiency is a role player in this pathogenesis. They all have the lowest vitamin D availability in their body. And what it does, vitamin D, it boosts your immunomodulation or immune competence. It has antioxidant, anti-inflammation, and antimicrobial efficacy. We published this paper in Journal of American College of Nutrition in 2020. I believe I did it in 2020. And at the same time, we published another paper in Journal of American College of Nutrition with my collaborator, Dr. Cruz, correlating circulating vitamin D3 with aspect of the metabolic syndrome and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease in healthy female volunteers. It also came out in 2020. And I would like to bring your attention to food toxicology. How spoiled food or rotten foods can affect us. This has all been published in this 600-page book, came out from CRC Press. Now, I am talking about probiotics and psychobiotics. We talked about dysbiosis. What is dysbiosis? Altered gut microflora predisposes abnormal inflammatory status and increased susceptibility to disease. Probiotics helps to maintain symbiosis in the gastrointestinal tract and boost immune competence. The symbiotic state helps to control the severity of disease via gut-lung and gut-brain axis. Here you can see how probiotics can help in boosting symbiosis and reduce the occurrence of dysbiosis. And this is already published in 2021 in Archives of Medical Research in our paper with Dr. Sonal Shekhar Miraz of Manipal University School of Pharmacy. And there we published it, this pathogenesis, how probiotics and the psychobiotics can help in boosting our immune system and protect us against SARS-CoV-2. Now, here we showed how probiotics and these psychobiotics can help in boosting our memory, behavior, anxiety, and cognitive behavior. Psychobiotics, they have a significant effect on gut microbiome. And let me tell you one more thing. There are more brain receptors in your gastrointestinal tract than in the brain. Remember this. So if your gastrointestinal tract, if we can keep it healthy, it will ultimately translate to your brain. And gut-brain axis play a major role in protecting our brain against stress and against different type of immune depressant or different type of problems. Psychobiotics or the good bacteria, they can help in eradicating immune pathogen and boost our immune system. And here, PGE2 play a major role in this pathogenesis. Now, we published this one in Archives of Medical Research. I will be happy to share a copy with you. Now, hypothesize synergy of probiotics and vitamin D. Here we put probiotics and what are the benefits we have. It increases the lactic acid production, lowers the intestinal pH, increased absorption of vitamin D, increased serum concentration of vitamin D, leading to anti-inflammation, antioxidant, and antimicrobial efficacy. Now, probiotics secreting the lactic acid will reduce the intestinal pH. Thereby, it will boost the vitamin D absorption. Selected probiotics increase the VDR expression and its transcriptional activity. Now, expression of cathelicidin, what is that? It is an antimicrobial peptide, as we discussed before, increases Paneth cells and expression of defensins. Now, here, vitamin E, C, carotenoids, mineral, zinc, magnesium, copper, and selenium, polyphenols, flavonoids, phenolic acids, stilbenes. What are stilbenes? Resveratrol, lignans. These will help in reducing the reactive oxygen species and boost the antioxidant status. and modulate the platelet activation and leukocyte activation. And during the problem, nitric oxide goes down, inflammation go up. And during this process of these supplements, they can help in boosting our immune competence, and they can turn down the endothelial dysfunction, leading to the problems in our body. And this can protect us against COVID-19 infection. Now, I will talk to you about some of the supplements, what we use on a daily basis, or your mom uses on a daily basis in our Indian kitchen. One is cinnamon, but what Americans did, they put this cinnamon into a capsule, cinnamon capsule, which prevents the entry of the virus. Second is ginger, ada. Ginger root, it is being sold by Swanson and many other companies. And it is a hot selling product in USA now. Haldi, turmeric, and turmeric as well as the gulmarich, the black pepper. Now, the company, this is one of the highest selling nutraceutical in USA. Turmeric, curcumin with bioperine. Where from you get bioperine? Black pepper, gulmarich. And it has been shown, you must have heard before, that our grandma used to tell us, take haldi with akhir gur, molasses, and they have shown that it boosts the absorption. And in some places, they also used to give ginger, black pepper, and haldi together in honey. But today you will not get good quality honey. Next is Proligna, another supplement that is available from the aloe vera extract. Aloe vera, it is available in northern India. And the other one is your favorite flavonoids and bromelain. Where from you get bromelain? Ananas. It comes from the pineapple. And quercetin. Quercetin is a very good flavonoid which can help us in boosting our immune system. And the other one is an amino acid, L-lysine. And L-lysine has several various roles in protecting our immune system and boost our immunity. Now, vitamin C, they fortify the vitamin C with rose hips. Wild rose hips, they have added that. What it does, it boosts our bioavailability. And the three next product is Jyotishmati powder. It is our Ayurvedic herb, about 3,000 years old in Ayurveda, but we forgot it in India. Second is Aparajita. What is that? It is known as Shankha Pushpi, and we use it for our puja, but it is a very good neuroprotectant. And third one is Bacopa boniari, Brahmi. And Brahmi, it has severe protective ability against brain health, neurological health. We recently did a combination of Shankar Pushpi, Bacopa, and Jyotishmati together as a neuronal supplement in the very recent past from CFAM Incorporated. The next is rosemary leaf. What is rosemary leaf? It contains oxalic acid, a triterpenoid. And oxalic acid is being sold in the US market extensively. In Chandigarh, I am doing a research with a company known as Chemical Resources. We have developed a product, Palmo Strong. Currently in PGI Chandigarh, we are doing its testing against the COVID patients. It is termed as palmostrong, quercetin, Sophora japonica, ursolic acid from rosemary, and vitamin C. It is giving us very good data, and very soon we will publish it in a peer-reviewed journal. A clinical study is going on, and our colleague in Centurion University, they are doing the statistical analysis. Now, zinc supplements, it boosts immune competence and boosts antioxidant efficacy. It is a very good membrane stabilizer, protect against viral infection. It hosts a host of zinc metalloenzymes, and it boosts the activity, skin and connective tissue metabolism and repair, wound healing, prostate health, ocular health, synthesis of DNA, RNA, collagen, antioxidant enzyme, SOD, catalase, glutathione peroxidase, proteins, and replication of cells and gene expression, sense of taste, night vision, and healthy epithelial tissue. You will be surprised to know this was banned in India before, but now zinc, people are taking zinc, and we published a series of papers from 1996 onwards on zinc, several papers. Now, overall, an array of novel nutraceutical and functional foods can boost immune competence, anti-inflammatory potential, and enhance antioxidant efficacy, and provide significant immunity against viral, bacterial, and parasitic infections. Now, regular supplementation of properly balanced functional foods, balanced nutraceutical formulation to maintain a healthy intestinal flora and proper delivery system in conjunction with healthy food habits, which will boost our health. This is the paper I was talking about, done by one of my Australian Calcuttan friend, Dilip Ghosh, who showed that curcumin prevents the entry of the virus. And whenever you do, whatever you do, you have to follow the regulation. This is one of my books on regulation, nutraceutical regulation. In United States and around the world, it is the 3rd edition. Even the Japanese government translated the book in Japanese. I can only read my name in English, but I cannot read anything else. We have to follow the norms that is being guided by US FDA. And what it does, it promotes our safety and make sure that we do not take anything which may cause harm to our body. And all the nutraceutical I showed, you have to make sure you have enough safety data, a battery of tests, toxicology test, including acute oral toxicity, acute dermal toxicity, dermal irritation, eye irritation, mouse lymphoma test, AIMS test, a mouse micronucleus test, 90-day subchronic toxicity, and possibly 2-generation reproductive toxicology and teratogenicity. Now, here is my contact details. I will be happy to answer if you have any question. These are my phone number. You can call me on WhatsApp, or this is my email address. And these are the 2 books I did on chronic inflammation. These I did with my colleagues in Indiana University School of Medicine and Dr. A. Chaudhary from UC Davis School of Medicine. And this one, I did this book, Immunity and Inflammation, with my niece, Shampa Chatterjee, and my student, Wolfgang. So these 2 books are available from Elsevier and Academic Press, and I will be happy to answer your questions. I thank you very much. I am very grateful to Dr. Mondal and Dr. Ghosh and to the organizing team members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful session. We learn a lot. I think, sir, yes, there are questions. There are some
Sure.
questions. I just want to put, but obviously a time crunch is also there, keeping in that
Yes.
mind. One question is there, how nutraceuticals are helpful in maintenance of good gut microbe.
Very good. That is a book I am doing on digestion. What it does basically in our gut, in our stomach, we have both good bacteria and bad bacteria. Now, the youngster, including myself, we are always in a hurry. So we do not take healthy food. We go and take the hamburger, pizza, Coke, all this stuff we take. What it does, it kills our good bacteria. It does not help our immune system. So what happened, when you take a good probiotic and if you have good nutrition, what is good nutrition? If you take the probiotic containing food, like, yogurt, if we can take good sour lassi, if we can take tog doed ghol, that will be good. That will help us to boost our probiotics. And there are many other sources of probiotics, what I narrated in our book on digestion. And healthy digestion is very important. As I indicated to you, there are more neurotransmitters in your gut than in your brain, surprisingly. So we have to take healthy food, and that will help us we have to eat right, we have to eat on time, and make sure when we take food, you will see there is another problem. Some people, they take dinner at night 11:30 or past 11 o'clock, and they immediately go to bed. So it has been shown in the Nutrition Society that if you take the food at least 2.5 hours before you go to bed, then it will help you in digesting your food. And take good lunch, which is not always possible, and take moderate dinner at night.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, another question. Yes, sir. Another question is there. That is, can you tell us about the cocktail therapy, how it's working?
Okay, cocktail therapy, it is a proprietary combination. And in the proprietary combination, what they did, they used a number of ingredients. I have the list. I will give you the vague list. Now, one product there, it was vitamin D3, it was zinc, it was vitamin C, it was a good 3 probiotics, and as well as they put some ginger, and they put ginger as well as black pepper. They made a combination, and that combination, what they believe that if you cook them, then all the properties are gone. You have to take it, consume it raw. And if you take that, that is one cocktail. The other cocktail was with remdesivir and other antibiotic they use jointly to use it as a cocktail therapy.
Okay. Sir, one question is there. That is, during this process, I mean, coronavirus in this time, people used to take kara. Kara means they mix
Yes.
all the thing. They boiled it. Now you
Yeah.
mentioned whether, my question is whether that kara is good or this one is much helpful to take the raw one.
You know, if you take the raw one, it is much better. Kara is good. Definitely in Bengal, we do not use kara.
Yeah.
We rarely take our grandma's recipe.
Yeah. But
We
now they are
rarely
taking,
take.
sir.
Now they.
Exactly.
Okay, you have to ask Windrila because she is young, that she hates these things. Okay. No, I'm joking. I'm joking that, well, I have to take that bitter Karela. No, I don't want to take Karela or Uche Siddha, right? But you know, if you
This question
take
is to
those,
you.
yes,
So,
yes,
like,
please.
yes, like if you ask me as a youngster, that like yes, it is a bit like problematic, but at the end of the day, because we are students of dietetics and nutrition, so we know what
Good.
is good for the body and what is not. So even if we don't like it, it is our job to have it. Like if we don't set an example,
Exactly.
then like
Yeah. No, Windrila, you have to love it. See, today,
sir.
do I like taking a Karela? I do not like taking that bitter stuff. Now, it has been shown, you know, there is another scientist, American scientist, he is saying what they did, they took Karela, homegrown Karela, and what he did, he cut it into pieces. He boiled it less than 30 seconds in microwave, less than 30 seconds, imagine. And then he showed that it boosts your brain health. You can remember better, and it gives lot of means neuroprotection and neurosynergy. So I asked him, how do you know that? So he told, look at my laboratory notebook. And I checked it. I told, look, in our place, I have seen my grandpa used to take Karela, means almost raw. He used to take the raw Karela, and we used to give him a strange look. Now, today, after long 50 or 55 years, now I am 67. After 50 or 55 or 60 years, now that tradition is coming out. What my colleague is saying, Dr. Cruz, Debashish, take Karela, raw Karela. I told, yes, you are going to go back to my grandpa's recipe. So that gives you the neuroprotection. So, you know, and they are making these raw combination cocktail every day, and they are taking it. Surprisingly, they are going out and nothing happened to them. Even the Palmostong, the product I showed you, that product is now going on in chemical resources in Chandigarh. Their factory has 200 people. And the owner, he was giving Palmostong to all his employees since March 2020. Only 1% got COVID. None of them. All 199 workers are good. Even in our company, VNI, they do not, you know, they are hardcore. They do not want to take vaccine. They want to take only the natural product. I am not pro like that, but they do not take vaccine, but they are taking these raw nutraceuticals, and they are all doing good.
Okay. Sir, it's true. Any more questions? I think there is another one question. Just a second. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
It's the question that whether we are going to use more. I think you give the answer over there, that diet, so how we are going to apply that to our diet. That is related questions, that how we are going to apply that to our diet. That was.
Sure. Actually, diet means, first of all, if you get a good biryani, now you have to choose it, that should you take a biryani or should you take this product? So you need to like it. You need to do your portion control. That maybe, yes, once in a while you feel like taking a good meal, a good tasty meal. Now, all tasty meal are not good. As for example, when we used to cook before, we used to put oil, fry, and put turmeric there and fry it so that we get better taste and aroma. Nowadays, I put all the vegetables, little, grapeseed oil or soybean oil, or palm oil or some other oil which has more nutritious value, and I put some masala, but I do not fry them. Immediately I put water, but taste does not come bad, although Oindila will say it is yucky. But that is what we have to do it. We have to practice it. We have to preach it. Like, we have to, char-broiled meat is very good taste. Char-broiled fish is very good, but baking a fish, it is better and healthy than fried fish.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank
I think
you.
truly there is a time crunch. So it's a wonderful session and love being in your session. And I think these students, especially this new generation, the dietetics, the MPH student, and also the participants, those who are present over here, they learn a lot and they must apply it. It's a request that you please apply it in your daily life, which will help to give benefits you. And especially being a student of dietetics and nutrition and public health, it's your duty, I think, so it's their duty to forward the message to the community.
Exactly.
That is what very important. And being in this session, thank you, sir, once again. It's thanks from my core of my heart. It's really a wonderful session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to Indrila.
Thank you, Indrila. I was teasing you a lot. Huh?
No, sir, it's very common. They're very interested in fast food, but it's not, sometimes it's not good to take so much this particular things, burgers and all that.
Yeah. Even, my daughter is about 34, 35, almost Oindila's little older than Oindila. I asked her that you take vitamin C, vitamin D3, zinc, this. No, Dad, I am not going to take them. So I felt there too.
They love that capsule medicines they love, I think.
Yes. No, she does not like neither medicine nor Coke, nor she does not like fish, being a Bengali. Can you believe?
Many of them, I think for the bones only.
Yes.
Okay,
No, even boneless fish she will not take. She will take veg. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I passed the time. Okay.
No, sir.
Thank you so very much.
Wonderful to talk with you, sir. Indrila, it's over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you so much, sir, for giving us this session. I think all of us, we have learned a lot, and we would really hope that we all are going to, inoculate it in our daily lives. Now that we are done with this session, we're going to come back after at 12 p.m. We're going on a short break, and I hope to see you all at 12 p.m. right over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshari Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshari Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ma'am, we are 2 minutes ahead of time, so should I wait or should I immediately begin? Welcoming you all after the short break. Now we move on to the next segment of the conference. We have a poster presentation from students of Masters of Dietetics and Nutrition Department from both the Kolkata and Durgapur campus, which will be evaluated by Honorable Assistant Professor Shumana Mondol from Masters of Dietetics and Nutrition Department, Kolkata campus, and Professor Ms. Manisha Chatterjee from Masters of Dietetics and Nutrition Department, Durgapur campus. I would request all the participants to kindly keep their camera on while presenting. Without further delay, moving on to the first poster presentation, which is presented by Shudrita Roy Chaudhuri, student from the Kolkata campus. I would request Shudrita to kindly explain the poster.
Thank you, Wendila. A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Shudrita Roy Chaudhuri, and today my topic of presentation is the role of vitamin D against the COVID-19. The whole world is now in the contingency state, and we are facing a very common enemy, that is COVID-19. Because number of deaths occurs in the past 1.5 years is because of the COVID only, most of the times. So for that reason, several scientists as well as common people, they are pondering their ways how to build up the immunity, how to improve our immunity. For that reason, it has seen vitamin D, which is also known as sunshine vitamin. It's very important for our immunity. And it has also seen that it boosts up our immunity as well as it helps in the lung strengthening as well. So basically what happens whenever the coronavirus invasion takes place, it primarily targets type 2 pneumocyte and ACE2, the receptors. So type 2 receptors, type 2 pneumocyte, basically what it does, it acts as a surfactant which helps in the strengthening of the lungs, whereas the ACEP2 is also responsible for the inflammation. So what does vitamin D does? 125 dihydroxyvitamin, it acts as a surfactant, so it protects the lung as well as it modulates the ACP3, which also protects the lung. It has seen whenever there is an invasion of the COVID-19, there is a huge amount of pro-inflammatory secretion of cytokines, which is responsible for the pneumonia as well as cytokine storm. Cytokine storm we have heard a lot about in the second wave. So for that reason, vitamin D helps in the synthesis of anti-inflammatory cytokines, which helps in the reduction of the pro-inflammatory, which also helps to build up the strengthening of the lungs. Another very important, it has seen in the researchers also, vitamin D with the T helper cell helps to build our immunity and also reduces, very important, the cytokines inflammation taking place. It helps to tame that as well. So in conclusion, what I can say, vitamin D is very important and very important for us is the sunshine vitamin. The only con which I felt there is no proper human supplementation is mentioned. For example, if I'm suffering from COVID-19 today, how much vitamin D does I need to recover on that stage? It is not mentioned. Otherwise, vitamin D is cost effective and it has a huge scope. Thank you, ma'am.
Shojita,
Yes, ma'am.
just tell me one thing that you mentioned that it's a sunshine vitamin. It's true, but just can you tell me that is we get the vitamin D totally from that particular sunshine and how it converts?
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, there's a specific time. The ultraviolet ray should be 290 to 300 nanometer. And especially we are getting from the epidermis. And once we get that, that is cholecalciferol. Cholecalciferol with ergocalciferol converts into calciferol, we together known as, which goes into the liver for the synthesis of 25 hydroxy vitamin D, which is a circulating vitamin D, Then it goes to the kidney to form 1,25-dihydroxy vitamin, which can be used as a physiological use.
Okay. Manisha?
Yes. Shudrita, nice presentation. Acha, please tell me now, you have mentioned about, am I audible clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So you have mentioned about the ACE2 receptor. So what is the function of ACE2 receptor?
Ma'am, basically it's the angiotensin converting enzyme. It is present in many parts of the organs and it controls the BP and it is also responsible for the inflammation in the body.
Okay, and tell me another, the last one, that the common sources of vitamin D. What are the common sources of vitamin D?
And the cheapest source is sunlight. And then, yeah.
Food
and
sources?
Then,
Especially now, actually now what happens that totally we are from home, working from home inside. So how we are going to get the sunlight? So I think if that's the reason, other than sunshine, what are the food sources?
okay. In case of other food sources, if I talk about, it will be egg, it will be pork, it will be sheep. In case of vegetarian sources, it will be pomegranate seed, gingerly seeds, ragi, another important cheapest source of vitamin D. Then soybeans are there also.
But there is one most common food source, animal source, like we normally consume, non-vegetarian normally consumes each day. The rich sources of vitamin D.
Ma'am, egg.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next.
Thank you. Next, we move on to poster number 2, that is presented by Sonali Das from the Kolkata campus. And I would hereby request Sonali to kindly explain her poster.
Thank you, Angela. So, very good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Sonali Das. And, ma'am, am I visible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you are visible.
Thank you, ma'am. So, very good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Sonali Das, and today I'll be presenting the topic that is wasted nutrients, a boon for the rural India. Well, the reason why I selected this topic is because I have seen a lot of people wasting the food, which are essentially nutrients in their trash containers. And being a student of nutrition and dietetics, I understand the values of these nutrients. And I believe that these nutrients has the power to benefit the people staying in the rural India. Why? Because when I talk about the major health problems in India, the first thing that comes to our and this undernutrition is mostly prevalent in the rural parts of the country because people, they are unaware of what they are eating and what their diet contains. So with this, I'll start with my first point, that are what are wasted nutrients. Well, the food that are loaded with maximum amount of nutrients, but they often get discarded by us, are the wasted nutrients. According to a report, it has been found that around 60 kg of food is being wasted every year by per person. And this wasted food contains around 1200 kilocalories of energy, around 146 grams of carbohydrates, 33 grams of proteins, 6 grams of fiber, 600 grams of calcium, 600 milligrams of calcium, and around 900 milligrams of potassium as well. Now, how it can be considered a boon? Well, people who are residing in the rural parts of our country, they are mostly illiterate. They do not understand the values of the nutrients and they do not know what they are eating. And we can say that this illiterate can be a reason why mostly undernutrition is prevalent in the rural parts. So through a report, it has been found that their diet mostly contains the cereals and it lacks in other nutrients like proteins, fats, and essential vitamins and minerals. So educating them that while cooking those cereals, if some pulses along with some seasonal vegetables with their skin, if added, then that not only will be act as a whole meal for them, but it will be a meal that will help them to get all the essential nutrients that their body require, and that will help them to prevent their deficiency diseases as well. So what are these wasted nutrients? Like how are we are discarding the nutrients? So we all know the benefits of cauliflower. It's rich in fiber. It also has vitamin C in it and has got antioxidant properties in it. But how many of us actually knows that these leaves, which we often discard, the cauliflower leaves, that contains a very good source of iron. Around 100 grams of the cauliflower leaves gives us 40 mg of iron. Similarly, we have experienced that during summer season, what happens? The milk gets coagulated easily. So what we do is that we consume the solid part, the casein part, and we end up throwing the liquid portion. So this liquid portion is basically the whey protein. Like people nowadays are paying $1,000 to buy one whey protein supplement, but in reality, we are just wasting this type of nutrients. Similarly, there's another example, like as it's a pandemic time, people vitamin C is more popular in the market. People are buying lemons every day. So what we are doing is we are using the juicy portion of the lemon and we are discarding the peel of the lemon. In reality, the lemon peel contains more vitamin C comparing to the juicy portion of the lemon. So how we can reduce it? So just as I've said about the cauliflower leaves, so what we can do is we can use it in making salads, or we can use it as dips, just like hummus. For the coagulated milk, the liquid part can be used in making the dough preparations, or for any type of soups or gravies we can use, so that it not only enhance the flavor of the food, but it also add a lot of micronutrients to the food as well. Similarly, we all love to eat watermelons during the summer seasons, but how many of us eat the seeds of the watermelon? I guess we don't. So instead of just wasting those seeds, what we can do is we can roast them and we can have it as snacks, because watermelon seeds are a very good source of magnesium. Not only that, they are also a good source of omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids. So with this, I would like to conclude that the efforts like mass education, that means literacy, should be the first step, letting people understand the values of these nutrients. And secondly, standardized data labeling, so that people should get aware of what they are eating. This should be the first step, not only to reduce the wasting of the nutrients, but it should be the first step to prevent the deficiency diseases in the people. Or even if some people are having deficiency diseases, that will help them to fight their deficiency diseases. So lastly, I want to say that as it's a pandemic time, let's just strengthen our immune system and let's just take these wasted nutrients in our diet. Thank you.
Thank you, Shonali.
Thank you, ma'am.
One thing I just asked you, that what are the best nutrients in your presentation? You have mentioned few figures where you collect, what is the reference of this, where you collect this, got this particular thing?
Ma'am, the pictures or the information?
Not the picture. You have written here that 25% of different nutrients, calcium,
yes, ma'am.
Potassium, zinc, you have copper, you have mentioned few figures. Where you got this thing?
Ma'am, some of the references I've already mentioned in my slide, like at the below I have already mentioned it. And
it's
along
not
with that,
showing. Okay, fine, okay. Maybe because, okay, tell me. Yes, tell me.
And along with that, I've also searched according to the FAO and according to the Global Hunger Index for the malnutrition of the India, the prevalence of the malnutrition in India.
Okay. Acha, one thing you mentioned over there, that coagulated milk and the liquid, what it's called, the liquid, what is the name of that liquid, I think? Being a nutritionist.
That's the whey protein. The liquid part is the whey protein.
Okay. Manisha?
Yes. Acha, Khushbu, you can you show
Shonali.
No. Khushbu is sharing the screen. Khushbu, please show the below part now. There is the reference I can see, but
it is not visible. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So that is the reason I asked her.
Yes, now it's visible. Now it's visible. Okay. Acha, Shonali, you have mentioned in the title that this is for, you have done it for the rural India. First of all, this is a nice poster and nice presentation as well. You tell me that you have mentioned about the rural India. So what about the urban population? Do they have that knowledge, or what do you think?
So firstly, ma'am, when I talk about the urban India or the urban population, ma'am, they are literate enough to understand. Even if they are not literate, they at least know how to take the advantage of the technology. because technology is growing very fast and they know how to use the mobiles, and we know there are a lot of apps which we can take the help of. We can understand the values of the nutrients, and the health facilities, the doctors, that's are also available over here. But in rural part, if you can see that the people, they don't have enough money to buy their food, then how can they even recharge for their phones? So that's the main reason. And over there, there are very less health facilities. There are very less doctors present over there.
Yes, that I understood. But do you think that only this nutrition knowledge is only applicable to the rural population? Like they only need that nutrition knowledge, or both the urban population equally, they also need that nutrition knowledge?
Ma'am,
Because, yeah, tell me.
Ma'am, both need this nutritional information, both the urban as well as for the rural India. But what I have mentioned is about the undernutrition. So undernutrition is mostly prevalent in the rural parts. Where if I talk about the malnutrition, the obesity portions, that's mostly prevalent in the urban areas where people are consuming more than their body require. But in the rural areas, they're consuming less. So that's all about it.
In this particular portion, I just want to ask you what you think. That means malnutrition, usually we used to mention that is undernutrition and overnutrition as well as both. Now the thing is, so you want to mention that in the rural area, the obese person, there are less obese person.
I'm not saying that the rural population, they don't have that the problems of obesity. What I'm saying that comparing with the urban population, the numbers of the rural people, the number of the obese people in the rural Indias are less. But there is more undernutrition in the rural part of the country.
Okay, Manisha, do you have any other questions?
Okay, no, I don't have any other question. Thank you, Shonali.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation for poster number 3 from Ankona Shom, and I would request Ankona to kindly present her poster.
Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to present my poster today. I am Ankona Shom, student of MDN Department, Kolkata, and I will discuss about the topic gestational diabetes mellitus and its complications in later life. When pregnant women develops diabetes, it is known as gestational diabetes. They have high chance to develop type 2 diabetes mellitus in the latter stage of life. The prevalence is rising and correlates with the increase in maternal obesity over recent decades. On Indian scenario, it is found that in Kolkata, the prevalence of GDM is high, like 17.2%. When carbohydrate metabolism alters during pregnancy, GDM occurs, and it is associated with both the long-term and short-term effects. On longer run, it can lead to T2DM. GDM can be prevented by lifestyle modification during pregnancy through the postpartum period, and it can be prevented by lifestyle modifications like proper dietary management, physical activity, weight, self-monitoring blood glucose levels. And here are some references. Thank you.
Manisha, you asked.
Ankona, nice presentation, but I think little bit of content is required here. You have given like a short content. Okay. Acha, you tell me one thing that you have mentioned the prevalence, the study area is only for Kolkata. You have taken only the study area, only Kolkata?
Yes, ma'am.
The secondary data. Why only for Kolkata?
I think that
Kolkata is a huge one. So, okay, tell me.
Yeah, tell me, Ankuna.
I think that where I live, I should focus on what is happening there, so I choose the Kolkata.
Okay.
Okay. Where you live, you mentioned that is okay.
Okay, but when you are doing secondary data now, you need to focus on the larger population. Okay, not only like in a certain area. If you can focus in the larger area, that would be better. Another thing you tell me that you have told that you have mentioned in the title gestational diabetes mellitus and its complication. So what type of complications can arise from this GDM?
From GDM, it can lead to type 2 diabetes mellitus, which can affect the longer run on the mothers after the postpartum period. So she can develop the complications of diabetes like nephropathy, retinopathy, and other complications which will affect her health. So it is important to modify her lifestyle during from the pregnancy period.
Shumana ma'am, you can ask.
Acha, just tell me, you mentioned that in the pregnancy, the diabetes, sometimes diabetes occurs. So regarding that, regarding that, just tell me that is it to be controlled by diet related?
Ma'am, can you please repeat?
Is it controlled by diet only?
Ma'am, it is the primary prevention. If then it is not controlled, then medication is required.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next.
Thank you, Ankuna. Now we have a poster presentation by Nivedita Mukherjee, our poster number 4 from the Kolkata campus. And Nivedita, could you please kindly present your poster?
Thank you, Indira. Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nivedita Mukherjee, student of Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition of NSAGM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata. My topic is about the studies on the breast cancer. So first, we know that what is cancer. So cells divide and multiply as the body needs them. And when these cells are continue multiplying when the body doesn't need them is a result of a massive growth. It's commonly known as a tumor. When these growths are considered either benign and it's malignant. Malignant tumor is potentially unlimited growth and expand locally by the invasion and metastasis. And cancerous cells divide repeatedly out of control, even though they are not needed for the body, and they function. They can function abnormally, and nowadays breast cancer is one of the biggest challenge for the society. It is now reaching to an epidemic scale. About 500,000 deaths are due to the breast cancer, and about the breast cancer, and there are many risk factors which can contribute the breast cancer development. The firstly, the woman, the time period between the first menstruation cycle and the first full-term pregnancy is the most susceptible chance to get the breast cancer development. The low age men are that means less than 10 years of age, and due to it is due to the high protein and fat percentage in the dietary composition, and late age of the pregnancy, that means 40 years, greater than 40 years of age, are more prone to get this disease because they have the excessive hormonal stress to their body, and which plays the crucial role to formation of the to form the pre-malignant lesions in the functional breast tissue. And late menopause can worsen this condition, and by alcohol intake, smoking, the condition can be more worsen. And the breastfeeding have the preventive effect on breast cancer, and there is an evidence based knowledge that at least breastfeeding for 12 months can help to prevent the disease, and it is also help beneficial for the mother and the infant also. And physical inactivity can give the cumulative can give up the effect of cumulative effect on the factor like aging, insulin sensitivity, and inflammation, etc. and it can reduce the hormonal stress and the exposure to the sex hormones. Women who are obese, especially before the menarche and after the menopause, have the greater chance to get the breast cancer, and the women who receive the estrogen progesterone therapy are more susceptible. And there is a history of a major depressive factor which takes place in the individual life as a poor mental and physical health, between the sleep disturbance and the inflammation and risk in the breast cancer development and its progression. And there are other risk factors are also associated with the breast cancer risk. And the small, we can see that the small portion of a total patient history, only 5 to 10% of the patient have the family history of the breast cancer development. And other, we can say that it's mainly common in the urban area than the rural, because urban areas are more polluted than the rural ones. And women who are in getting the contaminated heavy metals and radiation exposure, they are and who eat the nitrosamine and smoke type of foods like kebabs, etc. They are more susceptible, which because it gives oxidative stress to the body, and it can cause the result of the malignancy. So we can conclude that 50% of the breast cancer can be preventable, and proper treatment is very much essential. And dietary and lifestyle modification have to be done. All patients are should get in touch with the professionals by making the patient profile. Thank you.
Manisha?
Thank you, Nivedita. Nivedita, here you have written in the introduction part, we are going to discuss about this. So while you are presenting a poster or whatever, the poster or oral presentation PPT, don't write like this. Okay, we are going to, you can tell it verbally, but don't write like this. Okay, and another one thing I have noticed that you have written the short term BC. So while you are mentioning that in breastfeeding, first you have written breastfeeding, then you just write in bracket BC. Then you can continue with the short term. Okay. So this two things. And where is your reference? Why you have not given the reference?
Ma'am, given in the right side.
Khushbu, please show it now. It's not visible.
Ma'am, actually, it's visible for me.
It's visible for you. Khushbu, please show us.
Just below the conclusion. Just below the conclusion part.
Okay. So, how many articles you have read to prepare this poster?
2 articles.
Yes, 2 articles.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shumana madam, you may ask.
You have mentioned here that related to the, you go with the Kolkata, what are the risk factors, right?
Ma'am, sorry.
Risk factor, sorry, just a minute. Risk factor.
Yes, ma'am, risk factor for?
Breast cancers.
Ma'am, there are lots of risk factor already. I told that by eating, by some dietary habit and late age of pregnancy, and the women who have the low aged menarche, like less than 10 years of age, and if they are obese and the high BMI and the late age pregnancy, full term pregnancy.
So for being a dietetics, masters of dietetics and nutrition student, can you tell me what are the foods are good for these particular disease, cancer patient?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, the patient should intake the antioxidant-rich foods like guava and like this, and it will help to can reduce the oxidative stress to the body. So it will be very helpful, and it will give the and it can properly the immune function will get proper function.
Proper functions. And anything else? Any important thing? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Nivedita. Now moving on.
Excuse me. I would like to say something. Should I?
Yes, sure, Radha.
Okay.
Good morning.
So, good morning. Can I get back the presenter once? Nivedita?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, the presentation and the content is quite, difficult to handle actually. So, I'll
Very right.
not go for the content, but I would like to go for the technical part. Can you just show the slide once? The presentation, e-poster once.
Yes, ma'am.
I request Khushbu to do the thing. Get back to her presentation. Yes. So, just here, see the spelling of Macau. The university you are in, so you have to be very careful regarding the spellings you are using in the e-poster, because that is the only page you are showing to everyone, and that is kept constant for such a long time. 2 minutes is a definite time period wherein you have to show it for the entire 2 minutes. So I would request all the presenters to be very careful about the front, whatever informations you are giving, and that too about your university. So since it's an conference and there are other participants also, I would request all the presenters to be careful in, framing the words and framing the phrases you're using, and be careful about the spellings and the whatever affiliations, institutions you're putting in. That should be rightly placed. Thank you so much, Nivedita. It was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Anuradha. It's well mentioned. Acha. Oindrila.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we'll move on to the next presentation. It's by Tulaja Shaha, poster number 5. And Tulaja, could you please present your poster?
Good afternoon to all are present here. I am Tulaja Shaka from Dietetics and Nutrition Department of NSHM Kolkata campus. Today my topic of the presentation is peptic ulcer, an increasing problem in today's world. So nowadays peptic ulcer disease is increasing rapidly, especially in adults, although any age group can be affected. So the peptic ulcer are mainly lesions present in mucous lining of the digestive tract. One of the main reasons of peptic ulcer is Helicobacter pylori bacteria. This bacteria gets attached to the mucous membrane of the digestive tract. In our stomach, there is hydrochloric acid. This hydrochloric acid can destroy Helicobacter pylori bacteria. So this bacteria, in order to survive gastric region, produce an enzyme called bacterial urease. This enzyme produces a large amounts of ammonia, which can neutralize uh, hydrochloric acid, After surviving this gastric region, peptic ulcer disease can form by Helicobacter pylori bacteria, and they cause inflammation in digestive tract, which is termed as gastritis, which leads to peptic ulcer. Other causes of peptic ulcer includes non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, some genetic factors, smoking, excess alcohol consumption, stress, and excess production of hydrochloric acid. Two main types of peptic ulcer includes gastric ulcer and duodenal ulcer. Main symptoms of duodenal ulcer is waking up at night with pain in upper abdomen, which can get better with eating, and in gastric ulcer this pain may get worsened with eating. Other symptoms of peptic ulcer includes heartburn, nausea, vomiting, weight loss, loss of appetite, frequent burping, etc. Some prevention strategies are taking meal in time, which reduce the excess production of hydrochloric acid, avoid caffeine, alcohol, and smoking, avoid hot spices, avoid chewing gum, reduce salt intake, avoid fatty food consumption, and promotion of consumption of dietary fiber, use of probiotics, inclusion of antioxidant in diet, etc. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tulaja. Nice presentation. Acha,
Thank
you
you,
have
ma'am.
mentioned in the title peptic ulcer and increasing problem in today's world. So, what is the prevalence rate of peptic ulcer in world as well as in India? Because your topic name is like that only, so you should talk about the prevalence also.
That, ma'am, I didn't mention here.
Okay, please go through it. Okay, and where is your reference?
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't include it.
Okay, while you are presenting, you need to give the reference. Okay, because when you are making the poster or PPT, obviously you are going through some articles.
Yes,
right? You obviously you have gone through some articles, so you need to give the reference. Without reference, it's completely incomplete. Okay.
Yes.
And also you need to mention your name also in the poster.
Okay.
Okay. Shumana ma'am.
Yes, well mentioned. And even when you are writing in content, you have to, I think, a little bit more thing to be input in content. Okay, so next time when you prepare with all these things, be a little bit more alert.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tulaja. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have a presentation number 6 by Khushbu Singh. And Khushbu, could you please present your poster?
Ma'am, am I visible?
Yes, it's visible. Please continue.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Khushbu Singh from Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition, Department of Health Sciences, NSHM Knowledge Campus. So today my topic is vitamin D and female fertility. So for the introduction, vitamin D, as we all know, is a fat-soluble vitamin which is primarily produced in the skin after sunlight exposure and is primarily known for its bone health and mineralization. Now, over the decade, with the understanding of the vitamin D receptors and the enzymes which are required for the production of active forms of vitamin D and how they are expressed in almost all the human cells and tissues, it has been linked that vitamin D insufficiency or deficiency can lead to many chronic diseases like cancer, autoimmune diseases, infectious diseases, as well as cardiovascular diseases and diabetes mellitus type 2. Now, over the years, through animal studies and through human studies also, it has been highlighted that vitamin D is involved in the modulation of the reproductive process in both women and men due to the expression of vitamin D receptors, VDRs, and 1-alpha hydroxylase in the reproductive tissues such as the testes, ovary, uterus, placenta, pituitary, and the hypothalamus. Now, the evidence regarding a relationship between the vitamin D and female fertility comes from epidemiological studies which were demonstrated mainly in the northern countries, where there was a seasonal variation between the pregnancy rates and the higher peaks of them during the
summer, and this was later associated with and it was later partially explained that vitamin D plasma levels could have been the reason behind them. Now research data indicates that vitamin D might be implicated in the pathogenesis and the prevention of endometriosis, and while vitamin D has been linked to IVF outcomes as well. Now, vitamin D supplementation has also been found to give improved conditions, metabolic and reproductive conditions in the PCOS women with PCOS. And although the data that we have is not sufficient to give us so-called effect between vitamin D status and female fertility issues, and also there is still no general consequence as to how much minimum level of vitamin D is optimal for female reproductive health and fertility. And while the screening of vitamin D for women undergoing IVF is to be done or not, it is a debate still. Now, to conclude, I would like to say that vitamin D administration is a well-tolerated and an inexpensive treatment. And if we could do this or not is still a question. Now, however, whether vitamin D supplementation could be a very helpful agent in the treatment of metabolic and hormonal aspects of PCOS and endometriosis is still a question that is awaiting an answer. And keeping in mind that almost 48.5 million couples have these fertility issues in the world. This data I have collected from Hormones, a publication of Hormones in the 2017. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Khushbu. You mentioned about the environment, climate condition. So can you explain that? You mentioned about the northern part and the summer environmental. What you want to, can you explain that in a little elaborately?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted like it explains that when there was more, like in the summers in the northern country, when in the summers there was more sunlight and the exposure of like of course there would be more exposure of the skin to the sunlight, and because of this most probably this is a like this is not completely proved, but most probably the vitamin D levels of the ladies would be more, and because of this this would have affected in the more pregnancy rates being there.
Okay, Manisha.
Nice presentation, Khushbu. Khushbu, tell me one thing. You have mentioned that the vitamin D is synthesized in our skin. So, what is the form of that vitamin D? Which form of vitamin D is synthesized in our skin?
It is cholecalciferol, the active form, vitamin D3.
Vitamin D3. Okay. Another thing that you have used the color. While you are choosing the color, now be little more conscious, because that pink color which you have used is the sentences are not visible clearly. So while you are choosing the background color, be little bit more conscious about that.
And another thing I must say that please with the color, don't go with the different color in the font. Don't use that. Go with the same color. If you use black over here in place of white, that will be much visible. Okay, so try to use the same color font.
Another thing that in the reference you have mentioned only PubMed. So PubMed is only a site which already I have told you all earlier. So when you are taking a particular article, you just mention that article only. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have our poster presentation number 7 by Laboni Chakraborty. I would request Laboni to please present her poster. Laboni, you can start. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Vendrila. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Lavani Chakraborty, a student of Masters in Dietetics Nutrition from Kolkata campus. Today, my topic is Indian spices, traditional and medicinal use. Before going in details, just a short discussion about spices. The word spices is originally derived from the word species, which was applied to a group of foodstuff in Middle Ages. Spices may be a seed, root. Spices may be a seed, leaves, fruit or flower of a plant which is used in minimum quantities for enhancing the flavor and taste of the dishes. In nowadays, if we suffering from any minor ailments like digestive problem, the skin problem, or small cuts, we took medicine to get an immediate relief. But we should go for a natural relief, which is beneficial for our health. Here I mentioned some of the spices and their medicinal role. Next one is the spices. Spices is the most important, most remarkable ingredients of the Indian cuisine. Without spices, the exotic flavor of the dishes do not come out as such. It is added in the dishes during the preparation according to their types, like vegetable, fish, or chicken. So we can conclude that spices is an essential ingredient in preparing the dishes, especially in India. Since centuries, it is used to add flavor and taste in the dishes. Spices are also the natural sources of vitamin and minerals. Traditionally, spices as a part of our diet and have a holistic effect in our human health. So here I end my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you. This spice, Indian spice, traditional and medicinal use, it's truly a very important thing. Just I want to mention you, when you are trying to present this thing, one question is there that you are using this ginger, turmeric, all these things, but what are the ingredients in it? That helps. I think that should be also focused.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, these particular thing, what is there in turmeric?
Ma'am, curcumin.
So why it is not written here? You are mentioning. Good. So you have to mention these things have to be also focused over here. Okay. So that is very important. Manisha?
Nice presentation, Lavani. You tell me now, so in this pandemic situation, what are the beneficial effects of this different spices? Do they have any role? In this COVID-19 situation, do they have any role?
Okay. Can you relate this spice with your daily life, especially what ma'am is asking in this, especially in this COVID situation, are these spices are very important? How we use this and what is their role? I think Manisha wants to know that. Manisha ma'am. Let me give you a hint.
You have already mentioned in your poster as well.
Look, you have mentioned it's a good treatment of numerous alignment of nausea, cold. You have mentioned it. Have you heard about kada? I mean, in
yes.
water. Then what is that? Tell that.
Yes, I heard it.
Okay. So you have to be, and regarding again the home science journal, we will solve. Please mention over here a little bit. How many journals you went through?
Yes, ma'am.
How many reference? How many things? How many reference you use it? Or how many journals you go through to collect your information?
Ma'am, only one, and from the dietetics book also. Ma'am, sorry, dietetics book, ma'am, food science book.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Lavani.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Lavani. Next, we have a poster presentation number 8 by Shormishta Roy from the Kolkata campus. And I would request Shormishta to kindly present her poster.
Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes,
yes, you are visible.
Yes. So very good afternoon, ma'am, and everyone out there. Myself, Shormishta Roy, student of Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition in SHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata. Today for the poster presentation, I have chosen the topic of nutritional perspective of polycystic ovarian syndrome, that is PCOS. I have chosen this topic as PCOS is one of the most common disorders nowadays among the young women, and they obviously should know the dietary guidelines, as dietary management is very much significant in managing the severity of PCOS. So firstly, I would like to tell what PCOS actually is. Polycystic ovarian syndrome is mainly a hormonal disorder causing enlarged ovaries with small cysts on the outer edges. The causes of PCOS are not exactly known, but it may involve some genetic factors. High level of androgen prevents the ovaries from making eggs normally. Nowadays, about 10% of the young women suffer from PCOS. Abdominal obesity is very much related to PCOS. Hormonal abnormalities causes metabolic and reproductive disruptions also, leading to infertility in many cases if left untreated. A correct approach to the dietary management can improve the effect of PCOS in most cases. Now, coming to the symptoms of PCOS, it is associated with several. The most common symptom associated with PCOS is the irregular menstruation, irregular or no menstruation at all. Others like lack of ovulation, increased facial hair, acne, oily skin, weight gain, pelvic pain are also very much related. Now, coming to the main part of our discussion, that is the nutritional perspective of PCOS. First of all, I would like to say that it's proven that the healthy eating habits, that is a proper diet, is very much important in managing PCOS. Firstly, any meal of the day should not be skipped. Primarily, the breakfast, whole grains, fruits, vegetables, lean protein foods. And then low fat foods are recommended. Reducing consumption of high glycemic index diet like rice, honey, fruits like banana, trans fats, saturated fats, white sugar, refined flour are necessary to be reduced. A helpful PCOS diet can include natural unprocessed foods high in fiber. Lots of vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables, are recommended. High protein is recommended like eggs, nut butter, fish. Junk foods and processed foods like noodles, pasta, cornflakes, carbonated beverages should be totally cut off. Maintaining a healthy weight regulate the menstruation and reduce the risk of conditions associated with PCOS. So as to conclude, it's a must to say that that PCOS affects most young women nowadays in the reproductive age, and the reason may be the sedentary lifestyle and their unhealthy food habits. Exercise and reduction in the body weight is very much significant in managing PCOS. There is no such cure for PCOS, but yes, the symptoms can be managed. Lifestyle changes and dietary alterations can be helpful. One should consult a dietitian to understand the best way to fight PCOS with diet. The treatment will be based on the symptoms, and if one is having to have a baby, and even in risk of long-term health problems like diabetes and heart diseases. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shormishta. It's a wonderful presentation. Tell me one thing that you have mentioned about the obesity, that mostly obese persons, obese female individuals may have this PCOS. So what about the, like, suppose if a person is not overweight or obese, so they don't have that like chance to develop PCOS, but they may have a chance?
Ma'am, we have a chance because hormonal disorders are also very much related to PCOS. If there is some imbalance in their hormones, like if the male hormone, that is the androgen, is too high, then they may have the possibility to develop PCOS.
Okay. Shumana ma'am.
Okay, you have mentioned here that related to the different, I mean, you mentioned that trans fat, saturated fat. Can you just focus on this part? Why we are going to avoid these things?
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, by consuming saturated fats, the bad cholesterol in our body, that is the LDL cholesterol, will rise up, leading to heart diseases in future, which is one of the which is one disorder that is related to PCOS. If someone consumes trans fats, saturated fats, they may have the chance to increase their weight, and if the weight is increased, obesity may occur in the body. And if the lady become obese, then the ovaries may become bulky, the hormonal disorders will be there, and male hormones will be increased, and the ovaries will not produce egg properly, and the menstruation gets affected, and the lady will develop PCOS in later future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sharmishta. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have a poster presentation number 9 by Mulika Chakraborty from the Kolkata campus. Mulika, will you please kindly present your poster? Mulika, you are not yet visible.
Molika, you are not visible.
Mulika? Mulika, you have to just unmute
Molika
yourself.
just called me now. She is not able to unmute herself. Maybe she is facing some technical issue. She is not able to unmute herself. Can we move to the next participant?
So moving on to the next one, we have poster number 10 by Anindita Nondi from the Kolkata campus. I would request Anindita to kindly present her poster.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, guys, you open your video.
Ma'am, my video is on. Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Should I start?
Sure.
Good afternoon to all are present here. I am Anindita Nandi from Dietetics and Nutrition Department of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata. Today my topic is the worldwide nutritional anemia. Nutritional anemia defined as a reduction in hemoglobin concentration below that which is normal for the individuals due to an inadequate supply of hematopoietic nutrients. Pregnant, lactating mother and children under 12 years of age are mostly affected by nutritional anemia. Now I discuss about the causes of nutritional anemia. Nutritional anemia is caused by a lack of iron, vitamin B12, and other vitamins and minerals that needed for the formation of hemoglobin. Folic acid deficiency is the common association of nutritional anemia, and iron deficiency anemia is the most common nutritional disorder. Now I comes to types of nutritional anemia. There are different types of anemia are present, but iron deficiency, vitamin B12 deficiency, and folic acid deficiency anemia are most common. But vitamin A, thiamine, riboflavin, pyridoxine, vitamin C, vitamin E are responsible for nutritional anemia. Now it comes to symptoms. Many symptoms are observed, like as weakness, breathing problem, rapid heartbeat, pale skin, headache, craving for ice or clay, confusion or clumsiness, sores in the mouth or on the tongue. Now I discuss about the risk factors. First, gender. Women are most affected by iron deficiency anemia than men because they lose iron during their periods. Next, pregnancy. During pregnancy, a pregnant woman needs more blood to support baby's growth. If the pregnant woman does not consume enough of the nutrient, anemia can result. Next, diet. A poor diet can increase the risk of anemia. Drinking too much tea, consuming too much wheat-based foods can also increase the risk. This can reduce the amount of iron in the body. Babies and young children may not get enough iron-rich food from their what they eat. Now I discuss about the prevention. Eat plenty of iron-rich foods such as tofu, green and leafy vegetables, lean meat, lentils, beans, and iron-fortified cereals and bread. Eat and drink vitamin C-rich foods and drinks. Avoid drink tea or coffee with meals as they can affect iron absorption. Promote breastfeeding because it can reduce the risk of chronic disease for mom and baby both. Breast milk is the safest, most nutrient-rich food for babies, can provide lifelong health benefit. Most of the iron is lost due to parasitic infection. The best way to avoid intestinal parasite is to frequently and consistently wash hand with soaps and clean water after using the toilet and before eating. Vegetables and fruits as well as plates, storage utensils, pots and pans should be thoroughly washed and clean, if necessary treated with a disinfectant and stored in a hygienic environment.
malaria increases the risk of anemia. Mosquitoes nets should always be used in areas where malaria mosquitoes are common. In areas where parasites and abundant deworming should be done regularly. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry to say I could not give a reference as there is not much space here. So references are who went researchgate.net. That's all.
Shomana madam, you are on mute.
Sorry, thank you. You just asked me, told here that the worldwide anemia. Okay, fine, but what about the prevalence?
Yes, ma'am. 58.6% children are affected, and 50.4% pregnant women are affected, and 53.2% non-pregnant women are affected by this.
This is what is this is from. Where do you get this thing? Where do you get the reference? Where you get this reference?
Sorry, ma'am.
Is it a worldwide? But giving me the reference, is it the worldwide?
Yes, ma'am.
Another thing, I just want to ask you that it's a very common thing that without vitamins, I'm not talking about only using a particular utensils, sometimes in rural area, especially, and also in urban area, they use which also enriched iron in food items. What is that?
Sorry, ma'am, I can't hear.
Sometimes we use different utensils which helps to enrich iron in food items, cooking materials, cooking food items. So what is that? Any idea about that? We use different utensils, especially specific utensils, which helps to increase the iron in food item. Any idea?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Manisha.
Nice presentation, Anindita. Acha, you mentioned here vitamin B12 deficiency anemia, right? So,
Yes.
what is the another name of vitamin B12 deficiency anemia? You are not visible, Anindita.
Now?
Yeah, now you are visible. What is the another name of vitamin B12 deficiency anemia?
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay. Another thing you tell me that you have mentioned that vitamin C you can give for this anemia patient. So why you want to give vitamin C to anemia, iron deficiency anemia patient?
Because vitamin C deficiency causes sores in the mouth or on the tongue. That's why.
So what is the link up? Why, like you are linking now that vitamin C we can take in iron deficiency anemia. So
vitamin
what
C
is the
helps
importance?
to absorb. Sorry, ma'am. Vitamin C helps to iron storage. Vitamin C does not absorb iron.
Vitamin C does not absorb iron. So what it does? Thank you, Anindita.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ananta. Now we move on to the formal presentation that was poster number 9 by Molika Chakraborty from the Kolkata campus. And I would request Molika to kindly present her poster.
Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon, teachers. Good afternoon, all. I am Molika Chakraborty, and today my topic of presentation is role of fenugreek seeds in diabetes. According to WHO, around 347 million people are diabetic, and around 4.6 million people die due to diabetes every year. It has been found that fenugreek seeds, which are high in soluble fiber, can help in lowering blood glucose level by slowing down the digestion and the absorption of carbohydrates. Several studies are there, but today I'm going to discuss a few of them, some of them. In one research, International Journal for Vitamin and Nutrition Research, January 2009, shows that taking fenugreek powder 5 grams twice a day before meals was given to a diabetic patient, and progression of type 2 diabetes was monitored. In another study, researchers in India found that adding 100 grams of fenugreek powder to the daily diet of patient with insulin-independent diabetes significantly reduce their fasting blood glucose level, improves glucose tolerance, and also lower cholesterol. In another study, it has been found that 15 grams of powdered fenugreek seeds into a meal eaten by people with type 2 diabetes reduce the fasting blood glucose level, while a separate study found that taking 2.5 grams fenugreek twice a day, 3 months, lowered the blood glucose level in people with mild but not severe type 2 diabetes. As conclusion, we can say that dietary supplementation of 10 grams of fenugreek per day can lower the blood glucose level and without any side effects. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Monica, can you say what are the ingredients over there in the fenugreek seeds that helps us?
Sorry, ma'am?
What are there in fenugreek seeds that helps us?
It's high in soluble fiber.
Only that insoluble fiber? Anything else?
Sorry, ma'am, I'm not sure.
Okay. Manisha?
Okay, Molika, nice presentation. Acha, where is your reference?
Reference is
Khushbu, you cannot see properly. It's written reference, but
no, in reference it is only written one line.
Yes, ma'am, only one line is there.
Only one line is there. International diabetes I can see, but rest of the line I cannot see properly.
Diabetes Federation.
Okay, so you should use the proper, if you're using the article, you should give the proper name. Okay, what I was telling also the previous participants. So please focus on that. And tell me one thing, that you have mentioned that fenugreek seeds are helpful for diabetes patient. So as a dietitian, how you are going to incorporate the fenugreek seeds in the patient's diet? How we will give them?
Ma'am, we can soak the fenugreek seeds overnight in water, and in next morning we can drink the water. And also we can use fenugreek seed powder also we can use, and we can mix it with water and have it. And also the leaves also we can eat.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Molika. So you have mentioned now this question you mentioned that the fenugreek seeds, but is the fenugreek leaves also are same importance, plays a role?
Yes, leaves are also beneficial, but I have specially focused on the seeds.
Okay, you have focused on the seeds. Because you have mentioned here it's incorporate 15 grams of fenugreek powders. Now that much powder you have to incorporate in your recipe. Okay, so that's why I asked you whether the leaves are also same importance, get the importance of. Okay, thank you.
I have a question to ask. Should I?
Sure.
Yes, this is Anuradha ma'am again. So it's just of curiosity I'm asking. Malika, since you have worked on a particular topic, which is of indeed of huge importance, I would ask you one question. Number one, the components, as madam asked you, so you're not pretty sure about the components, what actually dealt up with the, which are dealing up with diabetes and the management of it. So that is actually unanswered. I am sure that you're going to research upon that, because that is the most vital part of the entire story. And number two, the sugar reduction level. You said that 15 grams or mg, whatever you have said, 15 grams, I suppose.
Grams.
15 grams of fenugreek per day you are to give the patient. And have you done a sample study, or you've seen in some of the secondary data any of the sample size, sample designing, wherein patients of a particular sample size are being chosen and shown up with the results? Yes. So inference is based on what? And how much it is being lowered? What is the range of lowering? Because it can be, anything can be postprandial, anything. I mean, there should be a range of lowering. What is the range that this much a patient having 160 mg per dl, so what it has been lowered by this amount? So a sample study and a range of lowering the level of I mean sugar. So hyperglycemia is reduced by what amount? I mean, what is the at present the condition? So sugar level, actually, what we a CVG machine or anything by which we will understand. So I need certain, I mean, since you are giving the presentation, that means we have to spread it across to people. It is an established what, I suppose. So how do we establish without a particular sample size, without a particular, I mean, this thing? I'm sure that you must have read, but maybe at present you are a bit like, I'm sure that you must have done.
I went through a few articles, but nothing was mentioned there. I'm so sorry about that, but I will definitely
yeah, absolutely. You're nothing to be sorry about. You just look into the case so that will actually emphasize, because all of us are going to preach what we are studying, right? So we have to practice what we are studying at present. So in order to establish it firmly, we require certain in order to establish it, in order to practice it, we need certain confirmational inferences. Even if we do not have it, so it's difficult for us to practice and establish it in front of many, right? So thank you so much. It's just a curiosity based question.
Thank you, Anuradha.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Malika. Now we're moving on to the next presentation. Our poster presentation number 11 by Moli Das Adhikari from the Durgapur campus. I would request Moli to please present her.
audible now? Am I audible now?
Yes. Yes, Muli.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Moli Das Odhikari, student of MSc Dietetics and Nutrition, NSH Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. So, I am delighted to be here today to tell you about the impact of iron deficiency anemia on the maternal and the child health issues. First is introduction. So, basically, anemia is generally defined according to the hemoglobin level. So, which may vary according to the many factors like age, gender, and the ethnicity. So, hemoglobin levels to the less than 12 gram per dl at any time during the pregnancy can be considered as abnormal. And this iron deficiency anemia is a type of anemia which is conditions in which blood lacks the adequate health with healthy red blood cells. And the red blood cells carries which is helps to oxygen to the body's tissues. And objective of this review to determine the impact of maternal iron deficiency as well as the negative influence of infants and young children. And the causes are there. So first is physiological factors, which is when hemoglobin levels are low, that your blood is intake of the deliver the enough oxygen to the to your cells. So these are the main causes, and the poor intake and the malabsorption and the blood loss also here. Yes, poor intake, because the poor intake which can lead the malnutrition also, and the malabsorption which can also lead the celiac disease. Celiac disease. What is celiac disease? It's a series of autoimmune disease that occurs in peptic ulcers. The ingestions of gluten leads to the damage in the small intestine. And the next is here is blood loss. Blood loss because blood which is contains the iron within the red blood cells. We know that. And so if you lose the blood, so there is means you lose some iron. So women with heavy periods are suffer, and the chronic blood loss like peptic ulcer can cause the iron deficiency anemia. And the nutritional factors, a healthy diet can be supplemented by the prokaryotic doses of the iron to prevent the depletion of the iron stores. So total iron intake during pregnancy should be less than 1000 mg. And there is the inflammation anemia. It is also called the chronic disease. It's a type of anemia which affects the people who have conditions that causes the inflammations like infections, cancer link, and the chronic kidney disease. Next is iron metabolism. There is a cycle where iron is a crucial component to metabolic the process involved in the tissue's oxygenation. And in this the cycle, we can see here the 1 to 3 mg per 2 mg per day of the iron is absorbed in the daily in the gut. And the as the equal loss, the most iron, which is 20 to 25 mg per daily, is recycled by the macrophages upon phagocytosis to the erythrocytes. And this site of the regulated of the non-hemi iron also uptake is the duodenum, and non-hemi iron is imported from the lumen by the optical dividend method transport, and after the reductions of the iron ferric to the ferrous iron by duodenal cytochrome B reductase. So absorptions of these hemiaxis that of the non-hemi iron through the mechanisms remain obscure, and in this erythrocytes non-utilized iron is stored in a ferritin and lost to the mucosal ring or the exported to the plasma by basolateral membrane ferrotin according to the body's needs. Impacts of the iron deficiency anemia. So throughout the pregnancy, iron deficiency anemia as an effect as well as the pregnant mother also, and the infant and the young child also. Why? Because we know that our body uses the iron to make the hemoglobin, a protein in the red blood cells that carry the oxygen to the tissue. So during the pregnancy, double amount of iron used to, because iron helps to make the more blood to supply the oxygen in the body. So if you don't have enough iron during pregnancy, it can lead to the iron deficiency anemia. So as an effect, there is can be offered the premature birth, and the baby to the not grow to a healthy weight also. which is affecting the children or young infant also, because infant and the young children are the higher risk of the iron deficiency to increase the iron needs during the rapid growth period. So a child whose diet does not provide them the proper iron, so they will develop the iron deficiency anemia. And next is a feature of the combating iron deficiency anemia. Here 50% pregnant women, 3% men are also suffering. And when you eat the food with the food, there is also the other. But sometimes there is sometimes the iron does not absorb, because inabilities of the inability of the iron the absorptions, because we know that iron from your food is absorbed into your bloodstream, so into your small intestine, and this in an intestinal disorder such as celiac disease, and which affects you to intestine ability to absorb the nutrients from the digested food, can lead to the iron deficiency anemia. So if it is removed, then they may affect the ability to absorb the iron and the other nutrients. And there are two forms of the dietary hemi-iron and non-heavy iron, where I already mentioned the non-heavy iron about in the iron metabolism. So what is hemi and non-hemi iron? A hemi iron, which is the well-absorbed iron, which is type of iron found in blood and the meat, animal foods like red meat, fish, poultry. And this hemi-iron is significant source of the absorbed iron in a typical Western diet. So 15 to 35% is consumed as human body, and as a non-hemi iron as well as it is poorly absorbed iron. So it comes from the plant sources like legumes, pumpkin seeds, and the beans, etc., and the spinach also. And there's the majority of iron humans consume under their diets. These are the requirements or the daily requirements of the children, women, pregnant women, lactating women, and men. And the iron sources also there. So first is food sources is like spinach, the shellfish, legumes, red meat, etc. Even vitamin C, which has been a important role to absorption of the iron. Why? Because vitamin C, which increase the deficient delivery of the iron from the ferritin and the reticuloendothelial system, and therefore elevates the iron used during the hemosynthesis. So that's why vitamin C has an important role to absorption of the iron. And so now I can conclude that there is an increasing need for public health strategy, and the educational strategy can be affected or can be prevent this iron deficiency anemia. And these are my reference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Molly. It's a very good presentation. Now, one thing I must say, maybe I'm sorry for the font size, related to the font size. Look, when you're presenting, there are lots of space. You can enlarge these particular blocks. I don't know, Manisha, do you have any problem? Maybe it's my problem. The font size written over these ones, it's very difficult to go through that. Maybe it's my problem. I don't know. It's why I'm asking you. Manisha, unmute yourself.
No, yes, I can read, but maybe if you can increase the font size, that would be better.
This particular one. Okay. Because there are lots of space. Look, in your presentation, there are spaces.
But
okay. Can you tell me one thing? You've mentioned that anemia, iron deficiency anemia. Okay, fine. Except this iron, what are the things we can, which helps to prevent anemia?
Ma'am, folic acid. Folic acid.
A bit louder.
Yes, ma'am. Folic acid, which can help to prevent the anemia, because whoever does not able to absorb the iron, they can instead of the iron, they can take the folic acid rich food or folic acid rich supplement, whatever, because sometimes iron anemia, which is not only for iron deficiency anemia, can be lots of reasons. So that's why folic acid also can be the they can intake instead of the iron.
Okay, Manisha.
First of all, Molly, it's a wonderful presentation. Very good. Acha, you have mentioned that in case of peptic ulcer, iron deficiency anemia may appear. So what is the reason behind it? Why you have linked up the peptic ulcer and iron deficiency anemia?
Ma'am, because peptic ulcer, which is a chronic illness. So when it's a chronic illness, because of chronic illness, there is inflammations can be occurred. So which is that's why peptic ulcer can lead to this chronic illness.
Yes, chronic illness. Then,
ma'am, it's a chronic illness. That's why when they have chronic illness, ma'am, that's why I just told about the inabsorption of the iron. So when the patient who is not absorbed, who does not who have the chronic illness or this type of disease, so they are into bloodstream in the basically when the iron is absorbed, so into blood to stream into a small intestine. So when they are suffering from peptic ulcer or any chronic illness, so they are unable, their intestinal disorder may be happen. So that's why that affects the intestinal ability. So which which maybe does not absorb the nutrients in a proper way. So ma'am, that's why peptic ulcer also is it. Because if that time this may affect the ability occur, but when the absorptions of the iron occur, maybe when the what means iron means it can lead to deficiency anemia, but when it's removed out from the body, then it maybe that can be able to absorb.
Acha, tell me, for peptic ulcer, any other anemia can occur? Any other type of anemia like folic acid or vitamin B12 deficiency anemia?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one can occur?
Vitamin deficiency anemia. Vitamin B12.
Yes, yes.
Vitamin B12
okay.
deficiency.
Yeah, right.
Anemia.
So why vitamin B12 deficiency anemia can occur?
Because ma'am, when he or she is suffering from peptic ulcer, means she has already when she has consumed anything, or so there is also there is many of lots of foods rich in iron also, as well as the vitamin also. When she or he does not absorb the iron, means he does not absorb the vitamin also, ma'am. That's why she or he is not unable to absorb the iron, because the gut system or ma'am the different system is not.
No, actually, intrinsic factor is required for the vitamin B12 absorption. So in case of the peptic ulcer, that intrinsic factor is not present properly. For that reason, the absorption doesn't happen properly. Okay. Yeah. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Molly. Now moving on to the next presentation, poster presentation number 12, and it will be presented by Avipshita Roy from the Durgapur campus. Avipshita, could you please kindly present?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here, respected teachers, evaluators, my dear friends and audience. I am Avipshita Roy from the Department of Dietetics and Nutrition. NSHM Knowledge Campus Durgapur is going to present an e-poster on global burden of maternal and child undernutrition and micronutrient deficiency. Maternal and child undernutrition remain pervasive and damaging condition in low-income and middle-income countries, resulting in substantial increase in mortality and overall disease burden. A framework developed by UNICEF recognizes that the basic underlying cause of undernutrition, including the environment, economic, socio-political contextual factors, with poverty being the
major role. Also, lack of proper infant and child feeding practices, improper hygiene and sanitation are the major cause of undernutrition in the developing countries. Undernutrition is defined as an condition where the imbalance between nutrient requirement and intake or delivery that then results in deficits of energy, protein, or micronutrient that may negatively affect growth and development. One of the major consequences of maternal undernutrition is intrauterine growth retardation, a condition that is used to describe when a baby is unable to grow at a normal rate in the uterus. This baby is usually have a low weight on birth. Intrauterine growth retardation occurs to deficiency of vitamin A, zinc, B12, iodine, etc. The next is maternal and child undernutrition. Maternal nutrition refers to the nutritional requirement of women during antenatal, postnatal, or even periods before conception, that is during the adolescence period, because only a healthy adolescent girl can become a healthy mother who in turn can give birth to a healthy child. Infants who are well nourished in the mother's womb are have an increased enhanced rate of entering life in good physical and mental health. The effect of undernutrition during reproduction will vary depending upon the nutrients involved, the length of time it is lacking, and at which gestational period it is occurring. Women with low body weight and poor nutritional status prior to pregnancy have increased chance of giving birth to low birth weight baby. The next is micronutrient deficiency. Micronutrient malnutrition is rampant in developing countries, though it can affect at any age group. But young children and women at the reproductive age group are most vulnerable to this condition. Even moderate levels of deficiency can lead to serious risk, adverse effects on various functions of the body. Worldwide, the four common micronutrient deficiencies include iron, iodine, vitamin A, and zinc. According to WHO World Health Report, almost one-third of the world's population is affected by this, this micronutrient deficiency, the majority living in the developing countries. So the first one is the iron. Iron deficiency is most prevalent problem in the world. The major risk factors are low intake of meat, fish, poultry, and high intake of cereals and legumes. The health consequences range from reduced cognitive performance to increased risk of maternal and child mortality. The next is the iron. Iron deficiency. So the next is vitamin A. Low intake of dairy products, eggs, and fresh fruits and vegetables are the reason for vitamin A deficiency. The consequences include night blindness, xerophthalmia, keratomalacia, and widowed spot. The next is iodine. Deficiency during pregnancy impairs motor and mental development of fetus and increases risk of miscarriage and fetal growth restriction. The last one is the zinc. Zinc deficiency during antenatal periods leads to fetal mortality, fetal malformation, cognitive problems, and reduced intrauterine growth retardation. So finally, I can conclude that to overcome this global burden of maternal and child undernutrition, we need to develop indicators of nutritional status for pregnant and lactating women, and also need to decide for investigation of the effects of maternal diet. These are my references, and thank you all.
Thank you. Just give me one thing that you have mentioned about iron, vitamin A, iodine. Okay, can you tell me what are the sources of zinc in our diet?
Ma'am, zinc is from oysters, then tofu, then dried beans, etc.
Obhishita, just a minute. You are talking about the deficiency, especially in the rural population, low income and middle income population. So, in that condition, they cannot afford oyster or what you are talking about.
Oh, ma'am. Oh, then means the dried beans, then the normal products. The green leafy vegetables also are have a high amount of zinc in that. So if they take improper amount of that green leafy vegetables, they can also be the sufferer of macronutrient deficit.
Manisha?
Obhishita, nice presentation. Acha, you have mentioned about PIM. So what is the full
Yes,
form
ma'am.
of that? PIM.
Protein energy malnutrition.
So can you tell me the types of that?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the different types?
PIM generally affects young children, and it is of two types: marasmus and kwashiorkor.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Obhishita.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Acha, one more thing. You have mentioned in the reference. See properly.
Yes, ma'am.
Sri Lakshmi and Shamnath.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Vipshita. Now we are moving on to the last poster presentation for today. It's by Shamarpita Konar from the Kolkata campus, and I would request Shamarpita to kindly present our poster number 13.
Ma'am, am I audible and visible?
Yeah. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, all present here. I am Shamarpita Konar from Department of Dietetics and Nutrition, NSH Knowledge Campus, Kolkata. So today my topic is carbohydrate intake during gestational diabetes. Gestational diabetes is a metabolic disorder that occurs during the conception. It is actually the hypoglycemic condition caused by the insulin resistance of the body. Insulin resistance changes over time during pregnancy, and in the last half of the pregnancy, insulin resistance increases in a higher amount and can become severe. So during conception, with the physiological changes, hormonal changes are also there. Placental hormones take a major role in insulin resistance. As shown in the picture, there are ups and downs of the placental hormones during pregnancy, which leads to insulin resistance in maternal body. There are some other factors which like obesity, inactive, sedentary and unhealthy lifestyle, and having a family history of any type of diabetes. This disorder leads to some complications to the baby as well, like stillbirth or preterm baby. Macrosomia is a condition which when the baby takes too much of glucose from the mother's body because of the gestational diabetes and a high blood sugar level of the mother and become larger than the normal size. For that, shoulder dyslexia can also be happen. Unexpected fetal diminish can also be caused by this complication of gestational diabetes. So to manage the disorder, the first management is to control the carbohydrate intake or to manage the carbohydrate intake. As the blood sugar level is already increasing, the mother should not take a large amount of simple or refined carbohydrate. Complex carbohydrate are recommended like whole grains, oats, dalia. There are two main property of carbohydrate is glycemic index and glycemic load. Glycemic index indicates how fast a carbohydrate-rich food can elevate the blood sugar level, and glycemic load indicates that how much blood sugar level will increase after consuming a carbohydrate-rich food. So the choice of the carbohydrate food should be in low in glycemic index and low in glycemic load. It's better to consume vegetables in abundant amount because especially the green leafy vegetables because they are always low in glycemic index, except some fruits, fruits. Many of the fruits are, or the almost all the fruits are low in glycemic index. So it's better to consume them and avoid the starchy food and the refined carbohydrate because they are rich in glycemic index and glycemic load. So with the primary prevention, carbohydrate intake management can be a primordial prevention also to decrease the risk factor of the gestational diabetes. Thank you, ma'am.
So can you explain? Thank you, Shamarpita. Can you explain one thing that you have mentioned over here? GL is equal to this particular portion, GI into carbohydrate per 100?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, we can calculate the glycemic load from the glycemic index of a carbohydrate-rich food. Would like the glycemic index of the food multiplied by the carbohydrate content of that food per 100 gram.
100
gram.
Gram. You have mentioned only 100.
Sorry.
So
the carbohydrate content of that food per 100 gram.
Okay. Manisha?
Good presentation, Shamarpita. Acha, you have mentioned about the glycemic index. So, can you tell me some food items which are low in glycemic index which you can give to the patient?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the green leafy vegetables, only the roots and tuberous vegetables like carrot, then potato, beets, they have the medium glycemic index. They are not in high in glycemic index. They are medium in glycemic index. Unless that, all type of vegetables are low in glycemic index, or the fiber-rich vegetables are also. Fruits, other than watermelon, dates, pineapple, all the fruits are also low in glycemic index. Only the refined carbohydrates like sugar, then white bread, rice, some part of rice is also high in glycemic index. Other than some of them, other than all the foods are low in glycemic. The proteins are also low in glycemic index.
Thank you, Shamarpita.
Okay, one more question, Shamarpita. You mentioned about the fiber diet, fine, that we use for low glycemic index. What should be the, I think there are the particular figure that we have to be very careful while prescribing the food item. The fibers diet also, fiber food items also have high glycemic index. So can you identify those one or two?
Ma'am, the cereals, breakfast cereals are high in glycemic index, like muesli.
Okay, anything else from other vegetables? From vegetables that we know, and that is for diabetic patients, we have to be very careful of that. Vegetables,
potatoes, and
fiber, very fiber diet.
Sorry, ma'am.
High fiber diet.
Sorry. Sorry, ma'am. Can't remember.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all the presenters. Now we are going to commence on a short break. I hope to see you all at 2:30 p.m. right at the Mother Teresa Hall. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Khush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Khush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Joita, are you there?
Georgia, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020, discovering and choosing a college that fulfills all my was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we are live. Welcoming you all after the short break. Now, I hope you had some refreshments. Now, we are moving on to the next part of our segment, and I would like to invite my co-anchor, Dr. Shudipta, to continue with the rest of the event.
Excuse me. Sakib, technical team,
Yes, ma'am.
please co-host Joita ma'am. Joita Ghosh.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're really sorry for the delay. It seems like Dr. Shudipta is having a bit of technical issues. Please bear with us.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grades, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching.
Thank you everyone for waiting so patiently with us. Now we have with us Dr. Shutrita Bhattacharya, who is going to take the rest of the conference forward. Over to you, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Angela. A very good afternoon to all of you. I, Dr. Sudipta Bhattacharya from Masters of Public Health, welcomes you once again. I would like to request all of you to settle down so that we can resume our program. This new world is facing new challenges every now and then. One of such is double burden of disease. which means coexistence of both the communicable and non-communicable disease. Now, it's time for our next technical session based on the same topic, double burden of disease in developing countries. To start the discussion, I would request Dr. Joita Ghosh, Program Coordinator of Dietetics and Nutrition, to introduce us to the speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
I think there is some technical glitches exactly. Joita ma'am, just a second, I'm talking.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for waiting. Please bear with us.
Shudipta, hello, Dr. Shudipta.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the session is scheduled at 2:30. So all the speakers will join at 2:30. So we will be starting it by 2:30. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, Good afternoon, all. I think all our esteemed guests have come.
No, Anuradha.
Okay, we are awaiting with.
Waiting for it.
Okay, so just let us patiently wait for another few minutes till all of our honored guests come and join us, and then we can all comfortably start.
Exactly.
With all your permission, I'll just request you all to be patient and just wait for another few minutes. And once all of us are there, so we'll be starting with the session.
That the NU system offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
name is Shiroja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poushali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Mr. Shakib? Mr. Shakib, am I? Yeah. Okay. So, can we have Oindrila? Yes.
A very warm welcome again to all of you post the break session. And now we will invite my co-anchor, Dr. Shudipta Bhattacharya, to take forward the rest of the evening. We were a bit early on time, and hence we had a bit of running forward. I sincerely apologize for that. Now we will have Dr. Shudipta Bhattacharya to continue with the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Vendrila. Thank you so much, audience, for waiting up so long. Thank you for bearing with us. Now I would like to call Dr. Joita Ghosh, our program coordinator of dietetics and nutrition, to introduce us to the speaker on the topic of double burden of disease in developing nation. Over to you, Joita ma'am.
Thank you, Shudipta. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Shudipta, for such nice introduction. Good afternoon, and thank you all for joining us today. On behalf of NSHM Knowledge Campus, I welcome you all for today's plenary lecture session 3. Double burden of diseases, or the epidemiological transition, is a newly described insidiously growing global phenomenon. However, it is indeed posing a special challenge to developing countries. Keeping the same in mind, the theme of today's plenary session is double burden of diseases in developing countries. We have 3 renowned speakers with us who would enlighten us on this issue. The participants are requested to send their questions in the chat box, and after each lecture, we will have a question answer round where we will discuss all the questions of the participants. Now, without any delay, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dr. Ribu Basu. Dr. Basu is Assistant Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Arjikor Medical College, Kolkata. Dr. Bashu is currently teaching medical graduates and postgraduate students. He has special interest in health economics, statistical modeling, and health management. His current interest is in the principles of managing risk factors of non-communicable diseases, integrating them into healthcare system. He is currently working on the same, funded by World NCD Federation. So today, Dr. Bashu would talk about integrated management of risk factors of non-communicable diseases, evidence to training. Dr. Bashu, on behalf of NSHM Knowledge Campus, we welcome you. Please begin the session.
Thank you. So, thank you NSHM for this great opportunity to talk to students and faculties of public health. I would like to make this an interactive session so that so keep on pouring your comments and your suggestions in the chat box, and I shall try to reply to them. Enough disease, and it is focusing on NCDs. There can be several aspects of these topics. There can be several sub-themes or several subtopics, but I shall be concentrating on one factor which I have found to be very important over the last 1.5 years. The NIDAS started with the RCGP course which our department was a part of, the Royal College of General Physician course. I found that they were constantly asking for some protocolized managements of not only NCDs, but also the risk factors of NCDs for the patients. And we failed to provide them. They had that in their course curriculum. They had that in their assessment parts. They had structured ways of counseling a patient, counseling patient parties regarding NCD management. Then I was fortunate enough to do the diploma in family medicine with CMC Vellore, and I found that in their course they are having some aspects of whatever they are asking. When I looked into the literature, I found that this evidence was very sparse, especially in the Indian subcontinent. So what am I talking about? Okay, so suppose a patient comes to you. There are dietitians here also, so maybe a client will come to you, and I take the BP of the patient. I find it to be 150 by 100. So I initially want to have a lifestyle modification, and then I should want to go to medicines. Then I ask the patient about his diet. I take a BMI of the patient, and I found it to be more than 25. It is 27, suppose. And I find that there is increased waist-to ratio. On history taking, I find that the patient is having a very irregular diet with lots of fried foods, salts, trans fats, and he is also smoking and sometimes drinking. He's taking a lot of soft drinks. Firstly, I would like to mention categorically that this level of history taking is not often done among the doctors. Should we blame the doctors or the service providers for this? I do not think so. Why? Because the mind will only see those things which they are taught, which they are trained. An untrained mind will not be able to see anything. So that is the reason why we cannot blame the doctors. So we have to give this training. We have to train them how to talk to the patients. Suppose a doctor has learned, he has built himself, and he has asked about all these histories. Fine. So step 1 has been done. What is the step 2? You have to counsel the patient in a proper manner regarding this and take necessary steps. You are smoking, we write stop smoking, and we stop there, and we tell the patient বাংলায় বলছি সিগারেটটা খাবেন না, সিগারেটটা অনেক ক্ষতি করে দেয়, and we stop there only. So will that help the patient? Anyone who is having such kind of irregular habits will know how easy it is to get into the habit and how difficult it is to get out of the habit. So if you tell a patient to stop smoking, research says that in 98% of the cases, the patient will not stop smoking. He will say that many previous doctors have said me to stop smoking. How can I bypass this advice? Or he will just not tell you anything from the next visit. So we just do not have any idea of how to counsel the patient, of what is the referral criteria of this kind of a patient to some de-addiction center or a smoking cessation clinic, or when to start a nicotine patch, of what questions to ask the patient and the patient party during the successive visits. We do not have any idea of this. And to be very frank, we doctors, we know that smoking is bad for health. We have to exercise at least 30 minutes per day, aerobic and mixture of other exercises. We have to take healthy diets. But to be very honest, how many of the doctors follow this? If you take a survey, you will be amazed that not many doctors are even following this. Again, you cannot blame any of the stakeholders regarding that, because this is not trained. And research says that we have got two modes of thinking in our brain, system 1 and system 2 thinking. System 1 thinking helps us to take immediate decisions which are programmed, and system 2 thinking takes us for long-standing decisions. And human beings by nature fall prey to the system 1 thinking. This research is by Daniel Kahneman, who is a Nobel Prize winner in economics and in behavioral economics. So most of the time we are in autopilot mode. We go to system 1 thinking, and we fail to have this kind of advices which have a long-term benefit, but in the short term it may give us some amount of uncomfortableness. We fail to follow this kind of advices. You must have heard about the story of Ulysses and the Sirens. When Ulysses asked his fellow sailors to tie him to a pole so that he doesn't listen to the sirens and go to some places where the ship may break. There is a very well-known Greek mythological story. So he asked his sailors to tie him to the mast so that he doesn't go and make the ship break. So maybe some kind of that thing is required for all of us. There are some techniques like behavior architectural change, choice architectural change, etc. But most of them are on the supply sides. But on the demand side, we as physicians need to be trained. And if you go into the literature, there have been good efforts for this training by agencies like NICE of UK, for the NHS. There has been good efforts for that. But if we go into the other countries, without some developed countries, the efforts are very far and in between. So when we go to India, we will see that this topic is being discussed only recently now, only recently in 1 or 2 years. And the focus is being shifted to NCDs. But still, the evidence-based policy making is lacking. So I want to give you an example now. I am sharing my screen. Hope the screen is visible to all of you. Can anyone confirm?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So if you look into the NCDs, common NCDs, they are mostly hypertension.
Sir, but the screen is okay.
It is diabetes, it may be COPD, it may be the common cancers, it may be even low back pain, osteoarthritis, etc. And you will find that the risk factor groups are quite overlapping. In fact, you can identify 5 or 6 common risk factors. What are they? they can be smoking, they can be improper diet, they can be lack of exercise, they can be alcohol, they can be stress. So if you go to these diseases and some other common non-communicable diseases, you will find that the gamut of risk factors are just in front of you and they are overlapping. So we cannot look at the risk factors and the diseases in isolation. If we have to look at them, it should be in an integrated manner. That is why I am telling of the term integrated management. This term is not there in literature, and like we are trying to formulate the curriculum and the training modules for this integrated management of risk factors. Because these risk factors are to be addressed together in a proper setup. So instead of telling a patient stop smoking, it is better if you tell help of the 5A, 5R approach. There are several steps of the 5A, 5R approach. I am not going to the details of this because maybe this is not the forum, but you can look in the literature. That is a WHO accredited approach. It will tell you everything about what questions to ask the patient, how to measure the nicotine dependence of the patient, how to assess the patient, what advices to give the patient according to the classifications, when to follow up the patient, and what other advices can you give to the patient. My dear dietitian friend is also supposed to be giving her lecture. So diet, the problem is that often the patients are given diets which are like not very much to their culturally appropriate diet. Why are they given so? Because most of the research on diet, on healthy diets, are again done outside. But now NIN has published a very good book on dietary guidelines for Indians, and you can get a good idea of diets to take and not to take in that from that book. So the physician and the dietitians have to be trained regarding how to counsel the patient. Again, if you tell the patient stop taking fried food, he will have a higher amount of trans fat. Most probably he will not listen. The next time he sees a chicken roll, the next time he sees some tele bhaja alongside the road, he is going to take that. So how to counsel the patient? How to tie that patient to the mast for like Ulysses? That is to be known. There is a structured counseling process for that also. Lack of exercise. Many of us, even me, have registered to one or more exercise programs, either in offline or online modes. Many of us may have bought some exercise equipments like a treadmill, like a bicycle, or like a static cycle, and have not used that. Often the blankets of the houses are kept on that. So why does this happen? Because again that Ulysses problems comes because we are on an autopilot mode, we are on a lazy mode. So how to take care of that? How to counsel the patients in such a manner that they can exercise? And maybe you will agree with me that we need both aerobic and muscle exercises. Muscle exercises will be either isotonic or isometric. There may be specific exercises for muscle building, core strengthening, for somebody who is having a knee pain may have some exercises. Somebody who has a low back pain will have some exercises. And if you do a general practice, you will know that in most of the cases, most of the patients complain of this kind of pains only: neck pain, knee pain, low back pain. So they have to be given preventive exercises also. Regarding alcoholism, I once said a patient that patient was suffering from alcoholism with high liver enzymes, and I told the patient, trust me, I am going to stop your alcoholism. You know what the patient did? He never even visited me again. So you cannot counsel a patient like that. I was not trained. Okay. So you have to have a good counseling method. You have to have the auditory questionnaires, and you have to manage alcoholism like that. Stress. This is one of the most stressful risk factors. Often the patient will tell us that sir, we are under tremendous amount of stress. And often the doctors will tell them, remove stress from your system, remove stress from your life. If you go into the ancient scriptures, you will know that this is impossible. You cannot remove stress from the life. So how to manage stress? That is even a training. So saying this, we have to have an integrated approach for management of all these factors. But who will train? Who will be trained and who will manage the patients? Obviously, the physicians have to be trained because in many cases, they are the first contact with the health system, with the patient. But I think even the ASHA workers can be trained regarding some aspects of this and early diagnosis and screening of these patients. The dietitians can be trained, the physiotherapists and the people who are doing exercise can be trained. Even volunteers in the local areas can be trained so that they can have self-sustaining decentralized communities or support groups for this risk factor management, because these are not very easy things to do. They need constant support, constant vocal tonics, if you say that, for managing these risk factors. So if you ask me who are to be trained, it makes sense to a lot of stakeholders. So the work is very high, and we in this stage, when the evidence is lacking, we are just in the foothills of the mountains and are looking towards the mountains because the task is extremely tedious. But it is very nice that this kind of forum is bringing up these topics, and hopefully with the support of this and other forums, we shall be able to develop a curriculum for this integrated management of risk factors for the physicians and also for the other stakeholders, and start training. So a lot of things will go before that, but at least this is a start, and it is good that this is being talked about now in the forums. We are moving away from the communicable diseases in our discussions. Dr. Bobby Pearl will be talking about malnutrition. It is another part of the NCDs which are important, and you will find some different gamut of risk factors there, because this is what we say are the gamuts for typically Western diseases, typically diseases of the rich people. Though I can assure you that when we visit our fields, the commonest problems which we encounter there are only these problems. So we cannot call them as diseases of rich anymore. This has percolated to all the strata of society. I'm ending with a particular another experience that when we take the history of diversity of the families in our service area, which is in a slum, we found a consistent pattern that they were lacking in green leafy vegetables, they were lacking in milks, they were lacking in seasonal fruits. So we had this question that they're earning now much better than what they used to earn about 5 years ago. So this increased earning has not translated into increased nutrition. So this was some assumption we used to make before. So this has not been translated into better nutrition. So whatever they're doing is that they are choosing more tasty food, easily cookable food, because who are cooking now will know that it is very difficult to cook green leafy vegetables. So it is easier to cook brinjals and potatoes and etc. So they are shifting to non-healthy foods, easily cookable foods, easily palatable foods, but they're shifting from the nutrition foods. So we are now writing a paper on this with food frequency questionnaires, and again I found that the evidence was very meager regarding this. Maybe the hidden hunger, WHO is saying now, that is a person of a perfectly built stature having micronutrient deficiency is a cause, the cause is this kind of food habits. So thank you for inviting me again, and thank you for listening. You can give your questions in the chat. So I'm disconnecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basu, for such enlightening speech. May I have questions from the participants, if there is any? Well, I have one question. My question is about food taboos. Because of the earning facility, they have mobile phones, they use internet nowadays. So there is many food taboos are existing. So are they responsible for any as a risk factors for causing NCD, non-communicable diseases in the community?
Okay, that is a very valid question. So I mentioned a term culturally appropriate food, and the food taboos, if you go into the types of food taboos, you will find that they vary a lot from place to place. Even within the states, even within districts, they will differ. Okay. So it depends on the taboo. If the taboo is something which is a risk factor of NCD, then your question is absolutely valid. I'm trying to give you an example. Okay. I will talk about malnutrition or undernutrition only. So in many places, the taboo was do not give colostrum, do not start colostrum, feeding with colostrum, do not give breast milk, etc. And this kind of taboos for infants may be deadly, and it will be giving rise to undernutrition of the child and will be affecting the growth of the child throughout his life, not only the growth but also the development of the child. So NCD is having a broad spectrum. Even low birth weight, undernutrition is also a part of NCDs. In that case, food taboos will be a risk factor.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions from anybody? I think there is no questions. Okay. Thank you, sir, for such interesting highlight. Please accept our thanks for such a great presentation. Thank you so much. So now I would like to introduce our second speaker, Professor Dr. Bobby Paul. Dr. Paul is an associate professor and head of the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, Kolkata. She is having 20 years of professional experience. Her area of expertise were bioethics, research methodology, non-communicable diseases, and child health. Dr. Paul is having 125 national, international publications in the field of community health. Dr. Paul would talk about double burden of malnutrition. Professor Dr. Bobby Paul, on behalf of NSHM Knowledge Campus, we welcome you. Please begin the session, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. At the outset, let me thank all the organizers who have invited me in this esteemed forum. And good afternoon and welcome to this session to all the participants who are here. Today, in this discussion of double burden of diseases, as Dr. Vashi has already enlightened us regarding the risk factors of the non-communicable diseases, which are now looming large amongst the population in India. And side by side, as you know, COVID-19, that is infectious diseases and other infectious diseases are also there. And besides this double burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases, we also have this double burden of malnutrition. That is, on one side, there is undernutrition, the problem where India is still having around 15% of the maternal and child population undernourished. And in the Global Hunger Index 2020, India ranked 94th amongst 104 participating countries. That is, you can understand what is the scenario regarding undernutrition. And simultaneously, there is overnutrition or that is obesity, which is also a big problem nowadays in our country. So India is having these two extremes of malnutrition amongst its population, and which is also which has become more prominent due to this pandemic, where one section of the population has moved to below poverty line and has moved from is suffering from food insecurity and undernutrition, and another section of the population due to sedentary lifestyle and lockdown, etc., lack of physical activity, has moved to overweight and obesity category. With this, I'm sharing my screen and starting my presentation. malnutrition. So this was the scenario around 2 decades back. You can very well recognize this. This was Kalahandi, where malnutrition and was brought about by decades of famine, years and years of famine. But now the situation has improved, and with the ongoing national programs and all, with the interventions of the government and all other stakeholders, we have now moved to probably this scenario, a mixed scenario, where we have on one hand undernutrition, a problem as I was stating before, as well as overnutrition, another problem as I was explaining. So this is actually called in scientific terminology double burden of malnutrition. Actually, this is the coexistence of undernutrition along with overweight, obesity, or diet-related NCDs. At 3 levels, this can occur at 3 levels. That is, this can occur at individual level, at household level, and at population level, and across the life course. I'll explain. At the individual level, that is, at the individual level, a person can suffer simultaneously with 2 or more types of malnutrition. That is, a person can be obese and at the same time can suffer any of the nutritional deficiencies like anemia. We get such type of pictures very frequently in rural India, where women they are likely to unequal intra-house food distribution. We usually get to eat only the rice and the what we see in local language, aloo khate, or the boiled potato as the only leftover food that after distributing all the whatever food they have cooked to all other household members. And finally, due to this energy dense but nutrient poor food items, they land up with obesity but with nutritional anemia. This can also occur across the life course. That is, a child who was previously stunted and was suffering from chronic undernutrition may become overweight during adulthood. So across the life course also, a person can suffer from double burden of malnutrition, or at the same time, cross-sectionally, a person can suffer from double burden of malnutrition. Now at the household level, this is very frequent, and you can, those who are in this forum can very well relate to their own household or to the neighborhood household, where we get a mixed picture, a child suffering or a person suffering from anemia or undernutrition, that is underweight, or stunted, that is low weight, low height for age, along with an obese person, that within the household. And these are most common in lower middle-income countries undergoing rapid nutritional transition. That I'll come later. Now, when this type of mixed picture is found across the country, that is across the population, we say that this problem is existing in that country. And currently, India is struggling with the persistence of high burden of childhood undernutrition, along with simultaneous increase in overweight and obesity amongst both adults and children. I will not burden you with the statistics because in short time, I think you are, if you see around your neighborhood also, you will be familiar with this type of picture of malnutrition. And that exists both across the rural, the urban slums, as well as in the urban areas. So it is existing almost everywhere across the globe. That is amongst the adults, women, and these are all statistics. But I will not indulge into the statistical jargon right now. So I'll move on to my next slide, where this is actually the trend analysis of overweight and the malnutrition rather amongst the Indian population in the last 10 years. And it is seen that from 2006 to 2016, you see both across the girls and boys, as well as for women and men, the trend of underweight across the urban, rural, and the slum population have more or less come down. You see, the trend has come down. But when we consider overweight across these urban, non-slum, slum, and rural areas, and both for boys and girls, more or less it is either static or increasing. And for women and men, there's a sharp increase. You see, there's a sharp increase. So you see, none of them has touched the baseline, either increasing or in the trend of decreasing, but not decreased. So now the picture is very clear that India is suffering from both the burden of underweight as well as overweight. So what are the drivers? So as Dr. Virubasu was pointing out, the drivers are related, but there are a different set of drivers for this. If we club all the issues together, we get the 6 major drivers. That is, one is the problems with the early life nutrition transition, urbanization problems, problem in the food environment, socioeconomic factors, and epigenetics. So I will be very briefly indulging in one after another the drivers and briefing you about them. Now, the early life nutrition, we all know that the golden window for securing optimal linear growth are the first 1,000 days after conception, where maternal food intake, if it is in a balanced form, helps in the fetal growth properly, and finally their outcome is a normal birth weight child. But if this maternal growth, maternal nutrition is hampered, it results in delivery of low birth weight or preterm child, or the fetus may suffer from intrauterine growth retardation. Finally, these children who are stunted during the first 2 years of life due to childhood malnutrition or malnutrition during the fetal period, what can occur? They are likely to grow into shorter adults. Right? And these stunted women, who, when they experience pregnancy, they are more prone to develop intrauterine growth restriction, again leading birth to low birth weight child. So, there is from one generation to the other, this malnutrition problem goes on persisting. According to this Barker's hypothesis of developmental origin of health and disease, this undernourishment during the fetal period, as I was talking about it, improper food intake or maternal undernutrition, this not only leads to short stature of children who were born low birth weight, but also increases the risk for adult obesity, NCDs, and mortality in adulthood. And evidence shows also not only this, this is the only problem. You know, those children who suffer from early life undernutrition, that is the severely acute malnourished child, SAM children, when they are given interventions for treating the severely acute malnourished children, if there is rapid weight gain and it continues for long, this also increases the risk of central obesity, and which further increases the risk of DRNCDs, that is diet-related NCDs. And here in these cases, it is seen that those children, for those who suffer from early life undernutrition, the DRNCDs tend to manifest at lower BMI thresholds in these people. Now, another concept is epigenetics. Now, epigenetics are basically, it's a huge topic, but I will try to address it in a short time. These actually what happens in epigenetics, I will be very clear in this slide. I think here, if the mother suffers from malnutrition of any form, that is either obesity or undernutrition or improper physical activity or some supplements that may have may cause alteration in their what do I say, in their germ cells, if it, I say, or any pollution that may cause alteration in their germ cells, or if the father suffers is the influence of improper physical exercise or obesity leading to obesity may also lead to histone remodeling or the demethylation problem, leading to alteration in their germ cells, and finally the outcome is this finally the due to alteration in the genetic expression of the unborn child. This leads to the birth of a child with altered genetic expression, and these epigenetic changes with further childhood exposure like diet, poor or maybe high socioeconomic status with improper diet and pollution, etc. lead this child to suffer from adulthood obesity and diet-related health. So this is about epigenetics. The timing, like when does this develop, these are all under research, but maybe during the first trimester of pregnancy, the genetic expression in the genes, alteration in the expression of genes can be offered. Now, as I was telling you, there's another concept called nutrition transition. This was first proposed by Dr. Barry M. Popkin in 1993. He proposed that our nutrition pattern can be categorized to 5 patterns. And this pattern, one, that is the hunter, that was followed initially by our ancestors, that is, who were the hunter-gatherers, who spent highly active lifestyle hunting for food. And their diet typically were rich in fibrous plants and high in protein from lean wild animals. And we see they were very, like they had a proper, weight when we see their pictures in the history or historical evidences. In pattern 2, when the agriculture started and the river-based civilization started, although they flourished, but due to change in courses of river or devastations or disasters or wars, the famine and the crisis, the nutritional crisis were common amongst the population and leading to malnutrition and decrease in their body fat. Finally, pattern 3, when the famine or all these conflicts and all these things recedes and the socioeconomic status of the country improves, income rises, people have access and affordability to nutritional food, and gradually the nutrition improves. Pattern 4 is, as the income continues to rise, the individuals have access to high-calorie foods, become less active, leading to increase in obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. And you know, most of the LMICs, most of the countries who are in the LMIC category, that is the lower middle income group category, they belong to either pattern 3 or pattern 4. And in pattern 5, where the developed countries stand, here in response to the increased rates of obesity and related chronic diseases, the individuals who are now enlightened that these diet-related NCDs may lead to complications and poor quality of life, they change their behavior and they adopt healthy dietary behavior. Urbanization. This is, you all are familiar with the risk factors that leads to both undernutrition as well as obesity. That is, increased this inadequate water sanitation infrastructure places the population at greater risk for waterborne diseases and infections, resulting in undernutrition and anemia. This is quite common among the poor socioeconomic state. While due to lack of space, we all and our children suffer, there is no space for adequate physical activity that we can, there are no spaces we can go for walk or like this walking, we require some space in our neighborhood, which is lacking in most of the neighborhoods. And due to fast pace of life, greater reliance on bulk foods, that is, this alters the population food habits, because you know, this is very common for the working population who go home late at night, tired, totally drained, and when they go home, they just buy some food from the roadside eateries, and then they consume it, and again, the next day they are again running for their occupational pursuits, and this finally alters the population's food habits. The increased ease of access to unhealthy foods, industrial food systems, and the catchy food advertising. This can also lead to increasing obesity and obesity. You see, when you look at the advertisement that is showcased in the prime time in our TV, these are always for the unhealthy food items mostly. We do not get advertisements showing that you eat a balanced diet, you eat healthy diet, like you have more fruits or more leafy vegetable consumption, etc. etc. So this is another problem. The food environment. Now we have this is severe, you can see, due to globalization effect or due to the the marketing, strong industrial marketing, there's near universal access to processed and unhealthy food. Even in slums, I can tell you an interesting story. We found out a obese child coming from a very poor, low socioeconomic strata, uh, and he was around 7 to 8 years old, and he was having around weight around I think it's 35 to 35 kg more or less, and he had severe nutritional deficiency. When we took the history, we found that his father was not staying in with them, and his mother was more or less away for she was a housemaid, and the morning to evening she was doing her duty, and this child actually was taken care of by their neighbors. This child used to roam about, take money, like somebody used to give some money, so okay, you buy some food and have. And this child used to go to the local shops and used to buy chips and etc. All the unhealthy food, the junk food, and used to have it. And this resulted in obesity. The mother was under the false impression that, okay, my child is healthy. But actually the child was suffering from malnutrition with hidden hunger, that is the number of nutritional deficiencies. Now we all know that in supermarkets and all, we get free items, that is one chips packet is tied up with another chips packet free, but we do not get one apple free with another apple, right? And therefore making more this restaurant items or these takeaway snacks more lucrative. The traders, they often increase the portion size of these packaged restaurants and takeaway snacks and decrease their living costs. And we all know how much an apple or any fresh produce cost vis-a-vis how much the unhealthy food item costs. With 5 rupees, you can get a small packet of bhujia, but with 5 rupees, can you get some amount of vegetables that you can go home and cook, except some 1 or 2 potatoes. So you see, if you compare the economy also, it is also moved towards unhealthy food items rather than emphasizing on healthy food. Heavy promotions of breast milk substitutes, follow-on formulas, and inappropriate complementary food with misleading front of package labeling. That is, in this, with biscuit package or in snacks package, you can often see that it is written that fortified with iron, fortified with zinc, etc., etc. How you see, but they do not. But the consumers are unaware that maybe they are fortified with these items, but how much empty calories they have, or how much other nutrients these food items contain, so as to serve as a holistic daily food item. Easy accessibility and affordability ensured by manufacturers, supermarkets, restaurants, etc. You just ring up Swiggy, you just ring up Zomato, and the food is there for you. You don't even have to go out and buy. So this is the marketing strategy right now. And even if you cancel your order, they will poke you with repeated messages, so that giving you discounts, these apps, such that you are like compelled to buy the food item. Socioeconomic factors. Here I want to highlight that health is a double-edged sword for malnutrition. On one hand, food insecurity due to poor socioeconomic status leads to malnutrition. On the other hand, even if you have wealth, but you don't have that uh, literacy status or poor health environment, that is the adequate knowledge that what are the risk factors for preventing NCDs and malnutrition or overnutrition. This wealth is spent by the individual in buying unhealthy food items or unhealthy food. So low literacy and poor health environment does more harm than good, even in the presence of. So to sum up, the basic social causes, that is the poor, the culture, social norms, gender, the policies, legislations, agriculture, food system, etc., leads to the underlying or causes at the household or family level, that is the sedentary lifestyle and behavior, insufficient access to healthy food, inadequate care and feeding practices, poor water sanitation and food habits, leading to the immediate causes, that is physical inactivity due to sedentary lifestyle, insufficient access to healthy food and inadequate care leading to poor dietary intake, and poor water sanitation leading to communicable diseases, finally culminating in all these risk factors culminating in overnutrition and all these risk factors culminating in maternal and childhood undernutrition, which due to the epigenetic effects may lead to overnutrition. And the final consequences are non-communicable diseases, premature mortality due to the non-communicable diseases, and mortality and morbidity from infectious diseases, suboptimal adult height, poor cognitive ability, and poor reproductive outcomes in terms of low birth rate and preterms and stillbirths. And finally, this may, due to the epigenetic effect and other effects, lead to intergenerational consequences. So why act? Why is this so important? Why act on double burden of malnutrition? Addressing malnutrition is essential to achieve the sustainable development goals, amongst which goal 3 deals with good health and well-being for all. And you know, good nutrition is critical to both health and economic development. So our focus should be tackling both at the same time. And we term this as double duty actions on nutrition. The double burden of malnutrition can be seen as a dual nutritional challenge or an opportunity for double gains. Because you see, in our country or any other LMICs, most of the funding opportunities there, most of the fundings are channelized to tackle undernutrition. So within this existing under the programs which deal with undernutrition, we have to put in certain actions such that strategies or actions that can deal with both the problems of malnutrition as well as diet-related NCDs. So that is why called double duty actions. That are cost-effective, efficacious programs and policies to address this nutritional burden simultaneously. And they can be delivered to the existing health services, social safety nets, that is the government programs that are there to support undernutrition, to support the tackle undernutrition, educational settings, that is schools, and the food system for the environment. I'll be dealing with it one by one. So, what are the priority candidates or the WT actions that can deliver to health services? Here we can scale up the WHO antenatal recommendations that are already there. And then, when we counsel for proper nutritional intake for antenatal mother, we have to also emphasize that the mother should stay physically active during pregnancy and prevent excessive weight gain. Similarly, the scale-up programs to protect, promote, and support breastfeeding, because we know the optimal breastfeeding practices are very essential for alleviating childhood malnutrition or undernutrition. Redesign guidance of complementary feeding practices and related indicators. In complementary feeding, we see all the guidelines or in the existing MA program, where the proper complementary feeding guidelines are there. Everything is spelled out about what to eat, but nothing is written or nothing is spelled out, and nobody says what not to eat. And what happens is at the end point, mothers, they do not really know what not to give during complementary feeding, and they start giving the follow-on formulas along with the family diet, right? We design existing growth monitoring programs. Our growth monitoring programs are all they are all targeted to pick out undernutrition at the earliest point. But with this existing double burden of malnutrition, I want to emphasize that the both types of malnutrition has to be picked up right now during the growth monitoring. That is both obesity, overweight, as well as undernutrition. Prevent undue harm from energy dense and micronutrient fortified foods and ready-to-use supplements. Actually, there should be clear-cut guidelines when to use this, when to stop using this. Otherwise, excessive weight gain may occur after, even if a child suffers from undernutrition and is being provided with these fortified foods. And if it is not scaled down when the child has reached normal weight, or then this may result in overweight and obesity. The social safety nets. These are the programs actually that are cashed, or the cashed programs when a mother or a child or mother gets when she fulfills certain criteria, like if she delivers institutionally. There are Janani Suraksha Yojana and then JSSK programs where cash vouchers are given to the mother if she does the recommended antenatal care and delivers institutionally, does exclusive breastfeeding, etc. Here we can redesign this, and there are evidences in other LMICs where they have put in along with this certain other conditions, that is regular checkup for NCDs for them as well as their family members, and then they'll get that cash and food transfers or subsidies, etc. So this can be done easily at the existing setting. Educational settings, that is, we have midday meal program, we have this ICDS program, ICDS programs as well, where where the children are given food free of cost, and ensuring the protein and the recommended protein and the calorie intake. But what happens once the child has this food and goes back home? He again indulges in unhealthy food habits, right? So if we involve the parents and the children in planning the meal, so they can be aware that what to eat and what not to eat to prevent both the burden of malnutrition. And specifically, another thing, if you have noticed, that in many urban and rural areas, once you come out of the school, there are there are stalls selling the goodies for the children, that is the cakes, the chips, cold drinks, ice creams, etc. And even in urban areas, in between, in and around the posh localities, in the schools, there are big malls. And if you go to these malls after lunch or after the school break, you will see the children teeming in there and indulging in all this junk food. So there should be, at this juncture, when India is overburdened with both forms of malnutrition, some legislations whereby that these stalls should be kept in a certain distance away from the school or the college setting, so that these children do not immediately indulge in all this fast food and junk. Now, to utilize this existing agriculture, food system, and food environment, we should implement policies to end malnutrition by involving the retailers as well as the traders. At that, just like the CSR, that is the corporate social responsibility, the retailers or the manufacturers of these unhealthy food items should be mandated to promote healthy food as well, as a part of their social responsibility. Number one. Number two is the food system or the agriculture program should be channelized to produce more of healthy food items, that is, so that these becomes affordable and accessible to all the population. So these are the 10-point strategies for double duty action or double duty actions that can be implemented through the existing interventions. That is, we are not trying to harm the existing interventions, but these were more or less channelized to tackle the single form of malnutrition. But we are trying to retrofit the existing interventions to the double duty. And then we can, the research should also be there, how to innovate and how to tackle both these type of malnutrition at an affordable cost that these LMICs can adopt at the strategy level. And finally, to end, we should all target to achieve the target 2.2 of the Sustainable Development Goals, that is to end malnutrition in all its forms. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session. Our participants would surely benefited as you have enlightened them with many new aspects of health and nutrition. There are many questions I think we have, but due to shortage of time, I will be taking only one question. The question is, malnutrition is a severe public health issue. What policies have been newly incorporated in COVID-19 scenario to handle it?
In COVID-19 scenario, mainly to tackle food security, Government of India has rolled out certain policies so that the food becomes accessible to all those who have moved to below poverty lines. But I am not aware of any such interventions that the policies that has been implemented to to look into the other side of aspect of malnutrition, that is obesity and overweight. But yes, one is Fit India movement that I can quote, where our government is trying to promote physical fitness across all through yoga, the International Yoga Days, etc. So that these are now being popularized. That's it.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. So now we can understand how nutrition is crucial for every perspective of our life. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, further, for better understanding of nutrition and diet therapy in respect to our theme, that is double burden of diseases in developing countries, now I would like to introduce our third speaker, Ms. Priyangi Lahiri. Ms. Lahiri is one registered consultant clinical dietitian and diabetes educator. She is having 11 years of professional experience. She is presently attached with NG Medicare and Calcutta Hope Infertility Clinic, Care Continuum Private Limited. Her area of expertise were diabetes, renal nutrition, geriatric nutrition, critical care nutrition, obesity, and lifestyle diseases. Ms. Lahiri is also visiting and invited faculty for nutrition and dietetics courses at various institutions. Ms. Lahiri would talk about role of diet in combating the double burden of diseases in India. Ms. Lahiri, on behalf of NSHM Knowledge Campus, we welcome you. Please begin the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the kind introduction. And before beginning, I would like to thank NSHM and the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talk at this prestigious conference among such eminent speakers and panelists. So would you just give me a moment to share the slide? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, yeah. So the theme for today's discussion is also extremely relevant, and I think the context has been set extremely well by two previous respected speakers. So we know that over the last few decades, there has been, we have seen increased rates of obesity and NCDs worldwide, and diseases which were once thought to be associated only with the rich and affluent sections of the society or the rich and developed countries, are affecting at an equal rate the developing countries as well. But along with that, the developing countries with limited resources, we are still struggling to meet the challenges of infectious diseases. And of course, with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, the whole situation has become so much more complicated. And behind this double burden of diseases, we have this double burden of malnutrition, which, where undernutrition and overnutrition coexist. And Dr. Paul has talked about this in a great detail. So I'm not going to the details of all that, but with side by side, we have a rapid rise in obesity, and alongside that, we still have the largest number of stunted and wasted children in the world. And Dr. Paul has also talked about the intra-household dual burden of malnutrition, where it is not uncommon to see a stunted child and an overweight mother within the same household. So this is a problem which is extremely grave. And there is this third problem, or an independent problem, which is the micronutrient deficiencies, which exists across the spectrum of undernutrition and overnutrition, because it's not only the undernourished, but it's also the overweight and obese individuals who, in spite of excess dietary consumptions, have high rates of micronutrient deficiencies. And these micronutrient deficiencies, especially nutrients like chromium, vitamin D, the antioxidant vitamins, zinc, and all that, these promote diabetes in obese individuals. So this is a problem which is extremely great. And the reason behind this kind of a picture is the nutrition transition, which also has been spoken about in detail. Following the shifts in agricultural systems, technological advancement, rapid urbanization, and all that, all these have caused a shift in the lifestyle and overall dietary pattern. So there has been a growth in the modern food service sector, where today foods which are ultra processed, which are refined, these kinds of foods are available and accessible to all sections of the population. It's not only the urban, or it's not only the rich sections of the society, but it is available to all. And foods of this kind, which are these processed foods, these are of course good to taste, and these are convenient, easy to prepare, and easy to consume. But we all know that these come with a lot of added fats or added sugars. Basically, they have got a lot of empty calories that we talk about. We have added salts in high amounts. So and they lack the essential micronutrients. They lack fiber. So consumption of these kinds of foods on a regular basis in our diet, along with the physical inactivity that is there, all this has given rise to the high prevalence of obesity, diabetes, and other diet-related non-communicable diseases. And we know that as Indians, as a population, we have a higher susceptibility to diabetes and other NCDs because of our body composition. We have higher body fat percentages at a lower BMI. We have lower muscle mass, sarcopenia. Also, the distribution of fat, like we have excess of visceral fat, excess liver fat. So this kind of a body composition, with this kind of a body composition, we are more predisposed to having higher insulin resistance. We have more severe inflammation. We are prone to developing diabetes at a younger age and at a lower BMI. Also, the rate of progression of normal glucose tolerance to pre-diabetes and then to diabetes, this is also faster. So with this kind of environment, we are already at a lot of risk. And it is also interesting to note that given the fact that obesity, diabetes, and other NCDs have a great impact on the severity and infectious diseases. We know that an obese person has compromised immune status. With diabetes also, the immune status becomes compromised, and there is increased susceptibility to infections. We know that there is greater risk of severe COVID-19 complications for uncontrolled diabetes. So given the relation between NCDs and infectious diseases, what I want to emphasize on is that we need to think beyond this binary of communicable and non-communicable diseases and address the problem as one, because under malnutrition or improper nutrition can be a risk factor for both infectious diseases as well as all the NCDs or the diet-related NCDs that we talk about. So the problem is one we have to address, especially the underlying risk factors, especially the modifiable risk factors like diet and lifestyle as one. So coming to the main area of discussion, that is a healthy diet. So of course, with a healthy diet, with healthy dietary habits, it is if we will be able to combat this double burden. I will be talking about the preventive aspects because therapeutic aspects would be is a different area altogether. But one, if we have to talk about one common approach, so healthy diets. So what are the basics of healthy diet, or what are the basic recommendations? I would like to talk about that. So basically, see, whereas the what is healthy and what is not, that would greatly depend on the context. But three basic things we have to always keep in mind that whenever we are talking about the diet which is healthy, be it for over-nourished or overweight person, or be it for an underweight person, or be it for a healthy person with a healthy body weight. So whatever the situation is, a healthy diet should always be balanced in terms of all the nutrients. So that's the first criteria. It should be a balanced diet. And of course, it should have healthy food choices. I will talk about that subsequently. And avoidance of processed foods and highly refined foods. So these are the two things. Along with that, perhaps, which is one of the most important things, but we tend to overlook, is that the total calorie consumption or the total energy consumption should match our physical activity, or it should be commensurate with the energy expenditure. Otherwise, we are having a very healthy diet with healthy food choices, a balanced diet, but at the end of the day, we are not exercising. At the end of the day, we are consuming more than we require. So that again is of no good. So we have to keep all the three things in mind when talking about what is a healthy diet, and accordingly we need to educate people, because there has recently there has been a lot of with so much of information available everywhere. People have all kinds of notions about what is healthy, and they read something in the newspaper or in the internet, and they start following that religiously. But these three things should always be kept in mind. So what is a balanced diet? So balanced diet, is one which should meet all our macro and micronutritional needs. So basically, the constituents should be, or the composition should be such that carbohydrates should be roughly between 50 to 60%. This is a general ballpark figure. Of course, on the Indian context, is given by the ICMR. Fats, 20 to 30% of calories. Proteins, minimum of 10 to 15%, but it can go up to 20%. So, but not necessarily a very high protein diet, but it's a very healthy diet. So these are the basic figures. And of course, the recommended dietary allowances for all the vitamins and minerals, water or fluid in the requisite amounts, fiber, that is the latest recommendations are 20 grams per 1,000 kilocalories or 40 grams per 2,000 kilocalories. So these are the basics. Now, this is in theory. How do we translate this in terms of in terms of food items? Because we do not eat carbohydrates, proteins, fats as isolated things. We eat foods as a whole, and foods are a mixture of these different nutrients. So what should be the makeup? So this is a picture of a healthy plate that is given by the ICMR. So basically, while educating people, we must emphasize that we have to include all the basic food groups in our diet. So that is the basic criteria for a balanced diet. So all the food groups, we need not, leave out any one. So if we are leaving out any one particular food group, or if we are consuming very small amounts of a particular food group, like it's a fashion to cut down all cereals from the diet. So that's not a balanced diet. So a balanced diet should consist of all these food groups, and whereas the specific portions or specific portion sizes or the amounts would differ from individual to individual depending on the total calories and the dietary habits, this is somewhat the proportion. This is what the proportion, this is what it should look like. So whether it's a very low calorie diet, a 1200 kilocalorie diet, or it is a 2500 kilocalorie diet, whatever it is, the basic makeup or basic proportions of the different food groups should be similar to this. So this is what, this is something which should be emphasized. And see, if we look at a typical Indian plate, even if we are not consuming processed foods or junk foods, even with a typical traditional diet, we can have imbalances. Because if you look at a typical plate, more than 75%, more than 80% of our plate is starch. So it's either rice, it's full of rice, or it's either chapati, or it's bread, or noodles, or suji, or something like that. So that's the main constituent. And along with that, it's either a dal or a vegetable or some accompaniment. And sometimes the accompaniment is also a starch. So it's predominantly starch that we are consuming. And sometimes we don't even take an accompaniment. It's just a chutney or a char or a gravy with which we are finishing the meal. So this is something which has to be, constantly told, or people should be educated about, that inclusion of food groups. The plate should look colorful with different food items. So that is what is very important. Now, talking about the diet-related NCDs, I must talk about the dietary fats as well in very brief. So we know that saturated fatty acids, especially the long-chain saturated fatty acids, are associated with an increase in LDL, total cholesterol, and overall the CHD risk. And the trans fatty acids are even worse because they have an effect similar to the saturated fatty acids. Additionally, they increase HDL. And it is also important to note that we all have a notion that the lower the fat content, the better it is. So it has been seen that compared to a total high fat intake, a low fat, a very low fat diet with very high carbohydrate, it has the potential to increase, it increases the risk for type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. So again, coming down to the basics of a balanced diet. So it need not be devoid or extremely low in fats. So it is also important to note that the non-glyceride components of plant or vegetable oils, like the fat-soluble vitamins, carotenoids, the plant stannols, these have a hypocholesterolemia and antioxidant effects. So based on this, the key recommendations are, for dietary fats, total fats should be 15 to 30%. Of course, the minimum, 15 to 30% of energy, that's what has been recommended by WHO. But again, it has been emphasized that a minimum of 20% is essential for good health. And for individuals who are highly active, this can go up to 35%. And regarding the individual fatty acids, so the saturated fatty acids should be kept lower than 10%, QFA 8 to 10%, UFA 10%, and the omega-6 to omega-3 ratio is also important. it should be maintained at a level of 5 to 10:1, and trans fatty acids should be avoided. If at all, if it is there, it should be less than 1%, or else it should be avoided because it is not regarded as a part of the balanced or a healthy diet. And in terms of, so this is the total fat, but in terms of, how much of visible fats do we include and how much of invisible. So it's ideally we should have an equal proportion of visible and invisible fats. So it's not that we are only adding oils or fats to our diet, or it's not that we are completely avoiding visible fats and only having fats from invisible sources. So it should be the visible fat. The minimum recommendation is 20 to 40 grams per day, depending on the total calories and the total fat requirement. So that can vary according to the diet. Now, coming to the healthy food choices, we all know about this, but just to re-emphasize, we know the importance of whole grain products. So from each food group, we should be able to choose the ones which are healthy and ones which are not so healthy. So the whole grain products like atta, whole wheat, bread, dalia, brown rice, oats, millets, these are some of the healthier choices. Of course, pulses and legumes also are there. And restriction of refined and processed products such as the products, maida products like noodles, biscuits, cakes, poha, suji, these are the refined cereals. Of course, poha, suji, these can be incorporated into a healthy diet, but in general, these are the refined food sources. And of course, it is important to include a minimum of 400 grams or 4 to 5 servings of fruits and vegetables. And mind you, when I'm talking about fruits, I'm talking about whole fruits, not fruit juices and vegetables, non-starchy vegetables. And better to restrict sweetened foods and beverages. And of course, it's not only table sugar, honey, jaggery, fruit juices, these also come under the refined or the simple sugars. So less than 10%, this is what the WHO recommends, that less than 10% of the energy from free sugars, and if possible, less than 5 for added benefits. Now, the role of proteins, we all know that inclusion of proteins is very important, given the fact that many Indians, almost 50% of Indians are have protein deficient diets. So sources from healthy proteins from healthy sources like fish, eggs, lean meats in case of non-vegetarians, and pulses, soya, low-fat dairy in case of vegetarians is important. And restriction of saturated fats, which I've already talked about. So saturated fats from sources like animal fats in red meats, processed meats. Of course, red meat consumption is not a big issue in our country, but it is a source of saturated fatty acids. Butter, ghee, full cream dairy products, these are some of the things which have to be restricted. And avoidance of industrial trans fats as much as possible, like margarine, vanaspati, fats that are used as shortenings in baked products. And of course, concentrate on saturated, unsaturated sources of fats, like a combination of vegetable oils, nuts, and fatty fish. Now, keeping in mind the balance of fatty acids, this is the combination or preferred combination of cooking oils that have been suggested. So it could be, it's better to always use a combination of oils rather than sticking to only one. So it could be either a combination like groundnut oil and mustard oil, or rice bran oil and canola oil, or rice bran and soya bean. So these are some of the combinations one can choose. Sodium intake is another very important issue. The recommendation is to limit the sodium intake to 5 grams, or the salt intake to 5 grams per day, which is 1 teaspoon, and that correlates to 200 milligrams of sodium per day. But most Indians end up consuming 2 to 6 times this amount. And it is also important to note that it is not the salt that is added during cooking or at the table. We all hear this term of this kacha noodle. but it's not only the kacha noon, it's the salt that is added in hidden forms, or the sodium that is added in processed foods. So that contributes to a large, proportion of the sodium intake that is there. So restriction of canned or packaged foods, packaged snacks, and things like ketchup, papad on a regular basis. Of course, once in a while that is okay. And baked goods, then instant noodles, which are, we have it so often. Soups, the soup powders that are there. Of course, not the homemade soups. I'm talking about the packaged soups. So these are the sources, or these are the areas from where excess sodium in our diet comes in. So alcohol intake is another important area. The recommendations are 2 drinks or less for men, or for women, it's 1 drink or less per day. So what does 1 drink mean? It means 150 ml of wine, 60 ml of beer, and 45 ml of 8 liquor. Now coming to another important aspect, since we are talking about infectious diseases, the double burden of diseases as well, and in this pandemic situation, we of late, for the last 1.5 years, we have been hearing a lot about immunity, and immunity. Every possible advertisement that you see, every possible food products offer or claims to boost your immunity. So while we know the importance of certain nutrients in immune functioning, these are some of the nutrients which have specific roles in immune functioning. I'm not going into the details of each one of this, but since we do not have that much of time, but these are some of the nutrients. Of course, protein is one of them. Omega-3 is there. Vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, folic acid, vitamin B12, all of these, zinc, selenium. Then we have the probiotics along with the prebiotics. So all of these have specific immune modulating functions. But it is what I want to emphasize over here is, just taking one single food or one single nutrient or any of these as supplements in mega doses will not boost your immunity just like that. We need to have a good nutritional status for that. And of course, we are coming back to square one, that is the balanced diet. So we should be getting all these nutrients from a balanced diet, and not necessarily supplementation with any of these would enhance your immunity just like that. So of course, if there are deficiencies, of course, people who are at risk of deficiencies, for example, the elderly or people who are acutely ill, in those cases, supplementation can be considered, but it's not that intake of any of these nutrients in an isolated fashion will increase or boost your immune function just like that. So, and if you look at the sources, again, I'm not going through the individual sources, but if you look at the sources, certain foods you would find that, for example, whole grains, the GLBs, then your pulses, soya, fish, eggs, certain, all these nutrients are, all these food sources are appearing, frequently in all the sections. So that again brings us back to that the healthy plate which we were talking about. So if we are having a balanced diet with the healthy food choices, we will be getting more or less all our nutrients, whether be it for immune functioning or otherwise, we will be getting these nutrients for a healthy person. So before ending my talk, I would just like to emphasize on this that, it is very important to act early, because we know that the first 1,000 days of life is very crucial. The first 1,000 days means, right from conception to the second year or the second birthday of the child. This is a period which is very crucial because physical and cognitive development happens very fast. And this is a window of opportunity for a lifetime of health. So it is very important to start early, and it is also the time when healthy eating eating and lifestyle habits can be inculcated. You know, the earlier it is, the better it is. So in the previous sections, we have heard about the epigenetics in detail. So we know that proper nutrition in this stage of life is very important because it can program the child's biology in certain favorable way, so that you know, the child is protected from the NCDs in the future, and this can even be passed down from generations. So this is the first, you know, the proper nourishment in the first 1,000 days of life is extremely important. So a balanced diet for both the parents. So it has to start that early. So with that, I would like to end my talk. So balanced diet is in one word can be a solution for the double burden of diseases.
Thank you very much, Madam, for providing us such significant information about diet in combating double burden of diseases. We hope to implement your insights into our daily routine. Because of the time, we are not taking any questions today. So that's all. Thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful session. On behalf of NSHM, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ribu Basu, the eminent scientist and assistant professor, RG Kar Medical College. Thank you very much, sir. We're glad you accept our invitation, and we will hope to have you again in future. I would like to thank Dr. Professor Bobby Paul, Associate Professor, Head of the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, Kolkata. Thank you, Madam, for extending your cooperation and responding us on this occasion in such a short notice. We are honored and overwhelmed for having you here today. A big thank you to Madam Priyangi Lahiri, eminent dietitian of Kolkata. We're glad to have you, ma'am. Thank you for your enlightening speech. So over to you, Oindrila, I guess. Please start the next session.
Ma'am, actually, Dr. Sudipta is supposed to continue, but oh, she's there. She just got disconnected. So over to you, Dr. Sudipta.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all these speakers. This session was really very enriching. Thanks, we got a very good insight of double burden of disease, NCD, and also double burden of malnutrition. Now, without wasting further time, I would request Miss now I would request Ms. Manisha Chatterjee to go on with the next topic, that is modeling COVID-19 epidemic, a public health perspective, and introduce us to the speaker. Over to you, Manisha, ma'am.
Thank you, Sudipta. Hope I'm clearly audible and visible. Please let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I, Monisha Chatterjee, on behalf of the Department of Dietetics and Nutrition, NSHM, welcome you all in the second day of our international conference, ENATCON 2021, titled as Research Advancement Resilience in the Pandemic Era, a drive for innovative transformation by NSHM School of Health Sciences. NSHM Knowledge Campus is one of the Eastern India's leading educational institutes and a pioneer of professional degree courses aligned to industry needs. And attending this international conference allows you the opportunity to broaden your thinking and knowledge by listening to new ideas, theories, and recent trends related to our field. I'm extremely privileged to introduce before you Dr. Dario Gregori, who is the professor and chair of medical statistics and head of the unit of biostatistics, epidemiology, and public health at Padova University, Italy. He did his Master of Science in Statistics from Pennsylvania State University, America, and PhD in Applied Statistics from University of Firenze. He is the director of the PhD curricula in biostatistics and clinical epidemiology at Padova University. He is the author and co-author of more than 500 papers in peer-reviewed journals. We are honored to have you with us, sir. Please give your valuable speech to enlighten us on the topic Modeling COVID-19 Epidemic, a Public Healthcare Perspective. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir, you are
wonderful.
audible.
Thank you so much. And let me start thanking you and all the organizers for this wonderful opportunity of presenting our ideas and our experience to share a little bit of our knowledge with you and to interact with such a wonderful audience. I start sharing the screen. This should be share. Okay, is this fine? Copy this. Okay, so let me start with a brief introduction of our situation in Italy, where I will be talking today about COVID-19 epidemics, and most of the reasoning will be about statistical modeling, public health understanding, and usage of statistical model in an epidemic situation. All the examples and the reasoning will be based on the Italian experience, and so I think just one slide about Italy, just to give you an overview of what was the epidemic, what meant the epidemic for Italy. Italy has a population of about 60 million people, and at today we have about 4,500,000 people infected, with 130,000 almost deaths. You see the northern part of the region here was the most affected, but also the south. And this is the curve of the epidemic across all the 1 year and a half that we have been facing worldwide. Of course, we are here and we needed to have an idea on what will happen next. And this is the outline of my presentation. Basically, I will discuss a few models that are more or less useful in describing and predicting the epidemic behavior. Then I will present our work about what is the models when you have also very detailed and very sophisticated data collected using a laboratory. This part is also called in other fields as phenomapping. And then we will discuss some predictive models, and finally modeling public health impact using all or part of the previous ones. So just to start with the sentence, George Box, I don't know if all of you are aware of that, is well, one of the most renowned statisticians. And he was saying something which is, I think, is really insightful. There are no right models, but there are models that are useless. or in other words, there are all the models can be taken as wrong, but some models, although they can be wrong or not perfect, are more useful than others. So this what is telling us? Is telling that usefulness is the primary benchmark to measure a model. A model is just a description of the reality using data, and so we need to know what are the options. So what are the basic models? The basic models can be divided into two big sets. The first one are the so-called stochastic models, is the compartmental models like the SI, SIR, and derivatives. These stochastic models, we will explain in a very few slides, are using more or less a sophisticated functional representation of the real world. Data-driven models are more like statistical models. They are using data, observed data, to extrapolate, again, in a more or less a sophisticated way, the potential behavior that may happen in the future. It can be classical regression model, it can be time series model, and but more or less all of them are sharing the same philosophy. So what is a stochastic model? Basically is a collection, is a description of several inputs using a mathematical formulation, and then you put on top of the input some probability distribution to figure out what can be the next state of your model. The easiest and perhaps the most common model is so-called the SIR model. The S stands for susceptible population compartment. Then you have I, which stands for infected compartment, and then you have the R, which is the result of the compartment. You see here you have a lot of different alternative parameters, and basically you have the transmission of the people moving from us, getting infected, and then finally getting into the recovered population. Of course, everything depends on the functional forms, and it depends on the parameters. A fairly more complex situation is that you take into account, you put into the model another input, which is the so-called exposure. So you have susceptible, exposed, infection, recover, compartmental model. The equation system becomes more and more complicated. But again, this is just a representation of how the people will move between the different potential states. And what is the work that you do when you use these models, that you simulate the population, and according to the different value of the parameters, you get different recovery rates or hospitalization, and so on and so on. This is a simple representation of what may happen. You can change the parameters, the contact rate, the transmission probability, the infection period, the latent period, and you see on the right side all the curves of what is happening to the final population. Look, for instance, at to the green curve, which is the recovery population, and you see as you move the bars, just basically that you assume a different number of contacts per day, more or less high transmission probability, infection period, and latency period. Everything changes. So you see, everything is dependent on these parameters. These models are the models that are commonly used, that has been used all over the epidemics to measure the potential evolution development of the epidemics. It is fairly clear, I believe, at this point that everything goes into the capacity of putting reasonable numbers in these for those parameters. What are the implications from the public health perspective? From the public health perspective, is very important because according to the estimates that we derive, we can have we can forecast a situation which may be very difficult to face for the healthcare system, like in the left-hand plot, or it can be much more manageable because the cases, the infection rate will be slower. That means that the healthcare system may have the capability to catch up with the disease outbreak and spread. So everybody knows, I believe, after such a long period of time, the R0, R0, and RE, which is the effective reproduction number, is basically tells you how many people are infected out of one person who got already the infection. And of course, everything depends on several parameters, as we have seen. It depends on the number of days that someone is still infected once he becomes that. It depends on the opportunity for transmission, probability of transmission. It depends on the portion of population which is at the very end exposed to the disease, and of course the population size. Taking all these things into account and putting some confidence interval, this is the situation for Italy and for United States, Spain, and so on. During the first month, actually during the first 15 days of the evolution of the epidemics in last year, and you see when it goes, you take into account the uncertainty in the estimate, everything becomes much less clear. You see, for United States, the confidence bands are crossing the R1, which is taken as a benchmark for meaning that the epidemic is more or less under control. And when you scale down, the population and you move from a country to a region or a smaller country, you see that everything becomes less and less clear. For instance, in the first phases of the epidemic, you see that most of the some of the time was not really indicating a significant emergency. So, but we know that this was not an appropriate indication because everything happened afterwards. We learned that epidemics was spreading. So that means that if you, as often we say in statistics, if you put junk in, you get junk out. That means also that having a reasonable estimates of all the DOTS parameter numbers that I have mentioned before is crucial. So let's see. So ONT, what is the ONT? Is the contact rate, the quarantine rate, and the impact that they have on infected individuals and community reported cases. So the number of reported cases in US changes in the first month of the epidemics from 16,000 up to 300,000. So a big uncertainty, which reflects in completely different behaviors of the evolution function of the epidemic. So these quantities have been not estimated with a sufficient degree of accuracy. Then look at the estimation of the disease time, how much the people stays infectious before they eventually become symptomatic. As you see here, there is a big uncertainty also here, ranging from 2 up to 15 days with a fairly big confidence interval too. What is and again, the estimation of the population which is susceptible to the infection? Here are the estimates from different studies, very early studies in the first month or 2 months from the beginning of the epidemics worldwide. And you see there is a completely different description of the population which is more susceptible to the disease, and it is the population that has comorbidities and so on. So this is the problem with this kind of models. They can be very accurate, they can be very flexible, but you pay a price when you want to take into account also uncertainty in the estimate, because those models rely on accurate data. And this is a summary of the pros and cons. Basically, you have a big uncertainty in estimating most of the most important parameters that are described in the epidemic. You have the statistical error because of the shape, the functional form of the models have a multiplicative impact on estimates. And this impact is not negligible. It goes from 0.2 up to 2.2 times. And of course, you have some way to fix it. You can do micro simulation, but those micro simulation also pay a big price in terms of precision. So in summary, compartmental models are very useful, are very nice, but they can be, their quality, the quality of the information you derive from them is a function, direct function of the quality of the data and the quality of the information. And also it takes time to do all this modeling before using them. This is not what is happening with the data-driven models. Data-driven models are basically regression models. Of course, not linear regression. The very basic model is the exponential model. Basically, it is assuming an exponential growth. Exponential growth means that the model continues, the epidemic continues grow up to infinitum. You can smooth a little bit, inserting a deceleration parameter, as in the quadratic model. But again, everything depends on the functional form. And these lines here are representing the observed, this line here, curve, and these are the prediction of what may happen using an exponential and a quadratic model, using only the first 20 days, the first 30, 40, 50, and so on days. And you see that the model changes. It goes a little bit closer to the reality, but still everything depends on the functional form. So exponential model will never go down. Quadratic model start going down, but too slow with respect to the actual behavior of the curve. A better and more flexible model is the logistic growth model. Is again a regression model, but you put a maximum. Y infinitum means this is the maximum number of infected people that the curve may eventually reach. And of course, everything changes because this is the observed curve again. But once again, in here, what plays a major role is the level, the asymptotic level that represents the maximum. So after the first 20 days, your maximum is very low, and this is reasonable because you have very few cases infected. And as the epidemic moves on, you get a better fit, perhaps closer to the observed. But notice, please, that with the logistic growth model, you are not able to catch again. That means that once you reach the asymptote, it will never start rising up again. So data-driven models are very useful, and we use them because are very, very handy, easy to fit in the very first stages of the epidemics, but they provide very useful information only in a very, very short time window. Everything must be in like 1 or 2 days ahead, not much more than that. If you want to use such model for doing long-term prediction, that you might be completely providing wrong estimates. The other point is that, in particular, at the very beginning of the epidemics, it's very difficult to choose among the alternative exponential, quadratic, and logistical options that are very similar in the first part of the curve, when basically you start growing up with the number of cases. That means that you can also use and base your choice not in a very appropriate or data-driven way. Time series model, this is the third option, which are not concurrent option. All of them are concurrently used when you describe an epidemic. The third model is the time series model. This is the autoregressive moving average model. That means that you try to model what may happen in the future using a more or less sophisticated function of the previous information. Of course, that means that your actual state, the number of infected cases, depends on the number of cases the day before and the days before, up to a certain number of days. Of course, you can select the legs using some criteria. The most commonly used is the Bayesian information criterion, but this is basically what you get. A more sophisticated ARIMA model is the ETS. It stands for error, trend, and seasonality. That means that you add information about the trend, which means the long-term behavior of the epidemic, the seasonality. That means that things are not the same in summer and in winter for what concerns the COVID-19 epidemics. And then you can have an automatic selection of the functional form, which can be additive or multiplicative. Also, the exponential parameterization is such that it weighs more the more recent values, the closest values in the time series as compared to the oldest one. And this is the blue line is the observed cases, and the red one is the predicted. You see, this is typical for the ETS. The functional form is selected automatically. You see it changes on top, but it makes errors in prediction in the very short term. But you see, it's very reactive to change the functional form in a way that you get an immediate fix to a wrong prediction. And so at the very end, your final fit is very good, and the prediction in the short term becomes more and more interesting. And you can find on this website some information about that. So you can also play with these numbers. You can assess the goodness of fit. You see the goodness of fit is absolutely very well performing over the time, and it's basically just a distance between what you observe and what you predict. So, what are the advantage and the pros and cons of this time series approach? Basically, the problem with the time series is their capability of making long-term prediction, as I said, because they are very reactive on the short term, but of course, on the long term, they cannot predict very much what may happen. In particular, when you have exogenous That means external shocks into the system, like if you introduce a lockdown or a vaccination or so on, then things may become very unreliable. But in the short term, they are they can be very precise. Putting all these things together, we have that how can you choose? Well, first, the compartmental models are by far the more precise in the general terms, but they are parameter dependent. It means you have to use right parameterization, and once again, you have to put good data into the model, and it takes time to get there. Data-driven models are very useful for a very short-term prediction in the initial stages of epidemics, because their fit is, particularly in the first few days, is fairly good. Of course, never use them for long-term prediction. And time series models they have a very good performance, but they depend only on previous values of the observed number of cases. It's very difficult to put something else into the model. So if you foresee that something exogenous may happen, then not go for time series model. Okay, this is the first part. Modeling the data to make forecasts. Pathology model. Pathology model are much more useful for describing potential factors which are causing or deeply characterizing patients. So we are moving from a very general perspective to a very laboratory perspective, and you put a lot of things together, like clinical data, RX or molecular or pathological. And of course, at this point, you have a lot of data that you want to summarize. And the normal way of summarizing is using machine learning techniques. This is an example of what we did. Just to give you an idea, we had 26 patients undergoing autopsy, so very small number of patients, but with a very huge 1,600,000 data points describing all the potential aspects about this, the characterization of these 26 patients. And so how we use a nonlinear principal component analysis to summarize the information about these 1,600,000 data points. You derive a score, and you use the score to model the clinical behavior of the patients in a way that we can characterize the patient according to their clinical outcomes. So first, we had this aero or vascular score is a score representing you see here, the blue one corresponds to these pathological findings, the red one to this one, which even at eye look is are completely different. And this is a mixed model, but the interest for the pathologists was to distinguish between the blue and the red ones. And then once we derive this AVI score, we try to see if this AVI score was describing clinically relevant variables like the duration of the intubation, the times in intensive care unit, the hospital stay, and so on. And it did, of course. So this is a model that is usually characterized by a small number of cases and a huge number of observations. And this is why normally we use random forest, because random forest is a machine learning technique that allows you to deal with more variables, more data points than cases that rows in a spreadsheet. Let's have a look at the predictive models. The idea is the clinical predictive model was a huge number of predictive models that appear in the literature after the onset of COVID-19. The idea is basically that one of precision medicine. You try to use as many clinical characteristics to describe the potential outcome of the patient. And you see, you start from anamnestic data, demographic history, clinical history, in-hospital data, the management, the treatment, the surgery, and whatever else. You can also add some omic profiling like polymorphism, gene, proteomics, and whatever else. But use all this information here to describe a potential outcome. And this is very useful because one thing that we have been facing in Italy was because of the tremendous pressure we had on hospital intensive care units, there was a need of selecting patients at higher risk with higher probability to benefit from the intensive care admission. And so this is how do you do that? You basically start with you build a model, use some training data, you apply an algorithm, and you derive a model that is completely based on the training data. Of course, you have to select among all the potential algorithm. This is a very simple linear algorithm. This is a quadratic algorithm, the one who describes better, who separates better the two classes. Here, for instance, the blue can be survivors and the green can be dead people, or it can be hospitalized and non-hospitalized patient. Depends on the population you are dealing with. And I don't want to go into much of detail here, but basically this is really a machine learning task, and you have a lot of basically all the machine learning machinery at your disposal to choose and to model, to choose the algorithm, and to choose and to derive the best model. Then, of course, once you have the model using one of these approaches or others, you have to validate the model. That means you have to get some external data, but they were not available in the first phases of the COVID because there were few cases, so you were using just all the information. So basically you do cross-validation. That means you are resampling your training set to derive an information on how your model is valid. Of course, you have also to define some metrics. Usually the metrics that you define for the model are not very much different from the usual metrics: sensitivity, specificity, overall precision that you use for any kind of the screening test. In here, you use the model as a screening test. So you have a true status, alive or dead, for instance, and then you have the result of your screening test, the model predicted status. And of course, it can be right, wrong, and so on. You do this iteratively until you get a decent, satisfactory result. And then you use the model. That means you have your model and you put new data. That means new patient, and for those patients you don't know the outcome, and you use the model to make a prediction. What is the most likely outcome for that specific patient? And then you take your clinical decision based on that. Not only on that, hopefully. You have a lot of such predictive tools. So this is the COVID-19 resource centers, which presents all the different calculators. They call it calculators, but are nothing but predictive models that can be used to predict a risk of whatever type for patient under having a COVID-19 disease. it is impressive how many models has been developed in very short time. This is in the first 2 months of the epidemic last year, there were 51 studies published with 66 prediction models. I didn't check now after 1 year, but there are really a lot of them because there was really a very high pressure to know how to select patients. And this is an example of the various studies and the type of predictive performance that was used and so on. So at 7th April 2020, as I said, there were 66 prediction models developed. 3 models were used for predicting hospital admission, 47 to diagnose COVID-19, 16 for making forecasts about the prognosis. And the problem was, of course, that was the very beginning. So small number of patients, high, if not very high risk of bias, and a huge uncontrolled selection process of the patients using as a control. That means not hospitalized, not diagnosed, and so on. We did that also in Italy using the Veneto region. The Veneto region was the region that was most heavily affected at the very beginning. We had 341 patients using our model, and with all different parameters collected by the clinician, going from obesity status, which was the less important, up to age. Age is still one of the most independent predictor of outcome in COVID-19 patients. And we also compare the performances of the different algorithms. This is comparing trees with supported by two machine, with general boosting methods, with random forest. And you see performance is not very much different from one to the other one, with a clear favor for random forest because of the flexibility. Of course, everything goes into the website where you can add the information about the status of the patient, and you get a prediction of what may happen in the future to that patient. And so you can take an informed decision on and if to admit, for instance, to the intensive care unit. It is clear that precision and validation is a crucial step, because you want to take those decisions using the best possible model. Again, it doesn't mean you have to use the perfect model, but sometimes having some independent and fair information coming from a model is better than nothing, and it can be really of help for the clinicians. So let's go to the last point of this last section of this presentation, talking about public health impact models. This is describing the very first phases of the epidemics last year, starting end of February, ending in middle of April. The problem that we had several problems in Italy, like everywhere in the world. You had how aggressive you want to be in detecting cases, and how you can understand if you are on the right track to control the epidemic. You may know that in Italy, basically the main action at that time was lockdown. Italy was forced to stay at home, almost not going to work, not going to school, not allowed to go outside of your home, and that was for almost 1 month and a half. So in this time period, how can you understand if you are doing well or not. You have limited information, limited time, a limited time series, but still you must know something. And this is how we did. This is the first estimation of the impact of the public health actions that were used in Veneto region. As I said, Veneto region is that part of Italy which was more severely and at the beginning of the epidemic affected. So what you do, this is the observed cases, and you start fitting a model, and at a certain point, you use a Bayesian change point estimator. You try to figure out if something is changing. So if we are reversing the idea, we are asking ourselves if the points, the observed points, are not on the same line of the predicted one according to the previous data points. What does this mean? It means that basically something is happening, and that happened exactly few days after the introduction of the lockdown. 10 days after, the observed cases were moving to a less steep curve as compared to the predicted one. And so that was a first indication, significant indication, because confidence intervals were outside of the observed. Of course, everything depends on how accurate is your model in this part here. A second concept was the estimation of the avoided hospitalization. So how many hospitalizations have been avoided in almost 15 days from the introduction of the lockdown. We estimated that we got almost 658 hospitalization, taking into account that the Veneto region counts for 3 million people. And that at that time, the capability of the healthcare system was able to deal with almost 3,500 cases, hospitalized cases overall. Another important concept is the so-called delay effect. What is a delay effect? Is that if you slow down the growth of the epidemic at the beginning, you give more time to the healthcare system to adjust, because it was really a huge impact. And so having few days more to organize healthcare, to open new hospitals or new facilities was of paramount importance. And using the lockdown, we got to the system, we gave to the system 3 days more time to react to the epidemic. And of course, everything was reflecting in the slowdown of the epidemic. And similar effects of the lockdown was also observed in other regions. This is Piedmont, which is on the other side of Italy, but still in the north. Then the second question was how aggressive you should be in looking actively for cases. That was done in Italy using swabs. And the regions, each region was behaving in different way. We have Veneto, that was really aggressive, and Lombardia, again in the north, is the region where Milan is the biggest metropolitan city in Italy. So we try to understand at the very beginning, that means the very, very short window of data, if Veneto or Lombardia were on the right track. As you see here, this is the percentage of people that were not hospitalized, that means asymptomatic cases, as compared to people admitted to ICU. And you see that Veneto had a much more favorable situation as compared to Lombardy. That means that the more you test, the more asymptomatic cases you get. But the more you test, the less severe cases you are immediately starting to take care of them, as compared to a more economically conservative approach. You do less swabs, but at that point, the number of the cases that you face are more severe and are more likely to be to go into the intensive care unit. What does it mean? It means that the intensive care unit system becomes stressed and become saturated, as indeed it happened in Lombardia and it never happened in Veneto region. So our lesson using, as you see here, using less than the 20 days of information was that Veneto was doing the right approach. Finally, is everything about COVID-19 cases? When we were reading about the Spanish flu 100 years ago, we learned that usually you should not only take into account direct cases directly related with the virus, but you should also try to describe the overall burden. And this is actually what we did. We start comparing the hospitalization, the coronary intensive care unit access because of ST and non-ST myocardial infarction. And you see there was a drop immediately after the the onset of the epidemic. What happened? It happened that people having a potential infarction were not referring to the hospital because they were scared, because the hospital was saturated. And so they were staying home instead of having a proper care. Was that important? It was absolutely important. This is the expected, the blue line, the expected mortality, overall mortality in Italy based on the 5 years from 1995 until 2019. The green line is the mortality, excess mortality due to COVID. Of course, during the epidemic, the number of deaths increased because of COVID, but even more important, the red one is the overall mortality, which shows us that a huge number of people died because of improper care. Those were cancer people, there were myocardial infarction, at home injuries for children, and so on and so on. So the impact of the epidemic is not only the direct effect of the virus, but it's also the indirect impact of the virus. And this is exactly what happened comparing to the other region. Just because at the beginning I told you some numbers, we had that in the very 2 months of the epidemic, we had 20,000, almost 20,000 COVID deaths, but we have almost twice as much excess deaths in Italy. That means for one people who died in excess for what was expected based on the previous 5 years, we had for one person who died because of COVID, we had another person who died because of improper care. And that was because of the saturation of the healthcare system due to the big impact of the epidemics. And that's it from my side. This is the number of the group, the working group. It comes from different universities in Italy, and this is the website is completely developed in R where if you want to have more information about Italy and the development of epidemic, you may want to refer to. So thanks again, and I'm available for question and anything else you want.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful session. Now, though we are having many questions in the chat box, but due to time constraints, we will take only 2 questions. So the first question is that Italy is quite an advanced nation when we talk about the health and health statistics applications. So what are your suggestions for implementing the same in India?
Yes, I'm not aware of the India system so well. I can tell you what we learn in Italy, that it is really important in the future, because I'm afraid that this will not be the last epidemic that we will be facing. So it is really important that we prepare ourselves for the next one. Because, as I said, the impact of the epidemic was not only the virus, but was the difficulty in having an immediate, prompt, and effective reaction to the epidemic itself. So we must learn something from this huge catastrophe that happens to us, to all of us.
Okay, sir. So our next question is that in predictive analysis during model preparation, what points we need to consider if the study approach is community-based?
This is a very important question, and thanks, because it is, we have to, when you do predictive modeling, you have to continuously switch into the different level of the focus. You want to do prediction at the nationwide level. You want to do prediction at the community, sometimes very small community level. And of course, when you do prediction for Italy, you have very rough information about the way that each single or the system reacts to the epidemic. When you do prediction at a smaller level, you have more information, you can be more accurate, your model can be more complex, but of course you have a very much more limited sample size, which makes your estimates less precise. So you have always to balance, and you don't have to be to think that you are wrong if you get the conflicting information from the model at the country level from models that are making prediction on the community-based level.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experience with us. We are very much fortunate. Thank you so much, sir. Sudipta, it's over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your work with us. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing, introducing us to sir. Now, due to shortage of time, we have to cut short our break. I would request Shudrita from MDN to continue with the next part of the program. Over to you, Shudrita.
Thank you, Dr. Sudipta. Hello, everyone. I'm Shudrita Roy-Chaudhury from Dietetics Department, Kolkata. After spellbinding session, we are moving to our next session, that is our cultural event. It is performed by a student with diligence and sincerity. I hope all of you will enjoy. So here is our first performance. It will be performed by Molida Shodhikari from Dietetics Department, Durgapur. Please play the video, sir.
मालती गुंधाए केश प्यार घुगवारे मालती गुंधाए केश प्यार घुगवारे मुख दामिनी सिदाम खत चाल मतवारी चाल मतवारी चाल मतवारी
ढाई शाम रोक लई रोक लई रोक लई ढाई शाम रोक लई और चक मुख चूम लई मुख चूम लई मुख चूम लई सर से मोरी चुनरी गई 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 सर से मोरी चुनरी गई सरक 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 काहे छेड़ छेड़ मोहे गरवा लगाए काहे छेड़ छेड़ मोहे गरवा लगाए काहे छेड़ छेड़ मोहे नंद को लाल सोठेट नंद को लाल सोठेट बरबस मोरे लाजलीनी 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 बरबस मोरे लाजलीनी बिंदा शाम मानत नाही बिंदा शाम मानत नाही कासे कहूँ मैं अपने जिया के सुनत नाही माई काहे छेड़ छेड़ मोहे दधकी भरी मटकी दधकी भरी मटकी दधकी भरी मटकी लई जात रही डगर बीच आहट सुन आहट सुन आहट सुन जियरा गयो धड़क 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 काहे छेड़ 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 मोहे कर पकड़त छोड़िया सब करके 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 कर पकड़त छोड़िया सब करके 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 कासे कहूँ मैं अपने जिया के सुनत नाही माई काहे छेड़ काहे छेड़ काहे छेड़ छेड़ मोहे
After the magnificent dance, next performance will be presented by Shormishta Roy from Dietetics Department, Kolkata. She will be presenting a song. Please play the track.
पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो वस्तु अमोलित दी मेरे सद्गुरु वस्तु अमोलित दी मेरे सद्गुरु कृपा कर अपनायो पायो जी मैंने कृपा कर अपनायो पायो जी मैंने जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाए, जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाए, जन्म सभी खोयायो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो। मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, हरत हरत जय आयो पायो जी मैंने, हरत हरत जय आयो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो।
Excellent one. To continue the momentum of this evening, next performance will be a dance and it will be by Ondila Mukherjee from Dietetics Department, Kolkata. I kindly request to play the video. Great one. After this captivating performance, I'd like to request my co-anchor, Shomarpita Kona, to take forward the next series of events. Thank you and over to you, Shomarpita.
Thank you, Shudrita. Good evening, everyone present here. I, Shamurpita Kona, student of Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition, Kolkata campus, welcome you all to the cultural event of Day 2 of eNetCon, the 11th International Conference. From here, I'll be continuing the event. The next program is a classical dance performed by Asifa Khatun from MPH Department, Kolkata. So, please play the video. Now we will be having a performance based on a classical song by Shormishta Roy from MDN Department, Kolkata. Here I'm requesting sir to play the video.
ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र बाजत पैजनिया ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र किलक किलक उठत धाया किलक किलक उठत धाया गिरत भूम लट पटाया किलक किलक उठत धाया गिरत भूम लट पटाया धाया मात गोद लेता धाया मात गोद लेता दशरथ की रनिया ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र तुलसीदास अति आनंद तुलसीदास अति आनंद देख के मुख अरविंद तुलसीदास अति आनंद देख के मुख अरविंद रघुबर छवि के समान रघुबर छवि के समान रघुबर छवि बनिया ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र बाजत पैजनिया ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र बाजत पैजनिया ठुमक चलत रामचंद्र
Bharatanatyam is the most antique of all the classical Indian forms. Originating from the temples of Tamil Nadu, today it is the most popular and widely performed of all the classical Indian dance styles. Now, Aditi Pal from MDN Department, Kolkata will perform a dance based on this form. Please play the video.
Now, the last performance of these evenings. The Indian dance tradition is thousands of years old and plays an important part in the culture. Molly Udhikari from Indian Department Durgapur will perform a dance now. Hope all you will enjoy this. So please play the video.
सामने चूल्हा जल रहा है, वहाँ आंखों में लग रहा है, जलन भी है, आनंद भी। बस आते ही होंगे, जल्दी से संध्या पूजा हो जाए। जानती है वो क्या कहेंगे।
जैसी हो वैसी ही आ जाओ, सिंगार को रहने दो। जैसी हो वैसी ही आ जाओ, सिंगार को रहने दो। बाल अगर बिखरे हैं, सीधी मांग नहीं निकली, बांधे नहीं अंगिया के फीते, तो भी कोई बात नहीं। जैसे हो वैसे ही आ जाओ, सिंगार को रहने दो। आकाश पे बादल उमड़ उमड़
Here, I'm ending the cultural event and introducing my co-anchor, Dr. Shrudipta, to continue further with the program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Shamurpita. Those were some mesmerizing performance we have encountered today. Now, as we have come towards the end of the program, I would take this opportunity to extend my hearty thanks to Mr. Dilip Singh Mehta, Chairman of NSHM, Mr. Cecil Anthony, Chief Mentor NSHM, Mr. Arnob Roy, CEO NSHM, Dr. Subhashish Maiti, Director, School of Health Sciences, Mr. Dilip Sanghvi, founder of Sun Pharmaceuticals, Professor Saikat Mitra, Vice Chancellor of MACOUT, Dr. H.R. Nagendra, Vice Chancellor of Vyasa Yoga University, Dietitian Amanat Kagzi, founder of Fit Mantra, Colonel Pramod Shahji Dahitule, Director FSSAI, for their auspicious presence. Also, I would like to thank all the panel member and eminent speaker for sharing their intellect with us. Professor Asim Dottoroy, University of Oslo, Norway, Dr. Dariga S. Samalova, Associate Professor, Kazakhstan School of Public Health, and Dr. Bolatov Adios, Astana Medical University, Kazakhstan. Mr. Riju Stefan, GIS Officer, International Organization for Migration, Erbil, Iraq, Professor Dr. Sandeep Poddar, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Dr. Preetham Roy, State Coordinator, Neglected Tropical Disease, WHO, India. Professor Debashish Bakchi, University of Houston, College of Pharmacy, Boston. Dr. Ribhu Vasu, Assistant Professor, Department of Community Medicine, RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata. Dr. Bobby Paul, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, Kolkata. Dietitian Priyangi Lahiri, Consultant Clinical Dietitian, Care Continuum Private Limited, Kolkata. Dr. Debna Chaudhary, ex-HOD and Professor of All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, and Dr. Dario Gregori, Unit of Biostatistics Epidemiology, University of Padova, Italy. Thanks to all the faculty members of NSHM School of Health Sciences, all the faculty members of both the Department of Dietetics and Public Health of Kolkata and Durgapur campus, their program coordinators, professors, Dr. Riti Devnath Madam, Dr. Joita Ma'am, Dr. Mrs. Anuradha Ma'am, Ms. Manisha Ma'am, Chatterjee Ma'am, and Sumana Mondol Ma'am. Without your relentless effort and immense guidance, this wouldn't have been possible. Thanks to all the teaching and non-teaching staff of NSHM Knowledge Campus. Thanks to all the sponsors for their support. Thanks to all the members of IT and Logistic Department who made this 2-day long event virtually possible. And also I express my gratitude to all the participants for their beautiful performance and presentation, and audience for their immense patience throughout the event. Lastly, I want to thank Almighty for making this event a successful one. With this, we end our International Conference 2021, 11th International Conference 2021 on a good note. Goodbye until next time. See you. Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Shudipta. I would like to announce something very important. So I hope that I'm audible to all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. So after this vote of thanks, which is wonderfully given by Dr. Shudipta, I would request all to move into the main hall, that is Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose, Profulla Chandra Bose Hall. Please kindly be there, and we will have the valedictory session. So be there so that we'll get the awardees and every felicitation out there. So don't miss. Be there by 6:30. They will be starting the program. So be there for that valedictory session. Thank you all. Good night.
Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Manshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Roja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Roja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Himanshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Himanshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic brief, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's very fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic grade, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Kush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's very fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers.
Anshu Ahuja, currently pursuing Masters in Dietetics and Nutrition from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. I am from the batch 2018-2020. Discovering and choosing a college that fulfilled all my needs was a hectic yet exciting task. The NSHM Knowledge Campus emerged as the best choice for me. After visiting the college, reading the information from the pamphlet, and researching about the college website, I realized that the NSHM offers what I hope to gain from the college experience. In addition to the academic bit, there are a large variety of extracurricular activities that are available.
I am Poshali Krush. I am a student of NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur, BMLT department. After joining NSHM, I got to know that learning is definitely not boring, but it's really fun here, along with the several activities happening in the campus. So I am looking forward to have a great learning experience with the help of my respected teachers